Yo, ecco, buona.
Ya, Pilemun.
Yeah,
Ya, on Burgan. Burgan.
okay. Jom no again.
Ay. Ya. Wah, kuy denen. Yung jota kan. Bala let me know.
No, it's okay.
Ya. Ya.
We're
Eh,
sharing. Yeah.
menen ba man.
Ek jo nyine English ba man, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Itu ini bam.
Oh.
Kita mabur mo kan.
On board na on taban nangan gana bartama Syria low in the Zambia the Syria low ya
Nah,
ma tabala ona ma huwa tabal tangel ya
which is good, you know. Taman, ingin, bunta ming an kan je paga wala ba atalon cing kan ni je ma wacho to paga ma mun to
yeah
paga.
yeah
There's no way
exactly
out of
yeah igen tichot ni chel ba ya yeah
it.
well
But it man no. Taman ang culture to yan.
yeah it's part of our culture taban yin ga barot ba ya yeah yin ga ba fa ekado ni namba
Wallahi on is no on balgum ba yani. On acho to lead yani. Ya yin kan to lead. يعني بلك ساعتين انا بس ادق كانت يعني 15 دقيقة يعني
mm
انهم ساعة ونص يوم يعني
yeah
يعني
yeah yom gelte ma on önnen kan yani jommane biljana yuar ngata bayan in my life in Canada biljana yuar ngan mena ati nyama zati yuar chaba sifta ke mena ati nyama ti yuar jo jahnan da sa talata ونص angiya sifta ke yani illa you have to put your yani emergency flashing el jan kasan mena yumkin yani mena wan deg di man ni diar to bes yeah
نعم
ban wan unun tisa ban wan on ma nan ta kan non ne ma kulla bes 7 minute do biga bil katir yani lakin unun tisa wan sa kam
is
يعني لا واد بالك بنكشينين ده واد صعب شوية لكن is already يعني
adopted طبعا
people يعني prepared yeah
even though you know فوق ولا بعد طبعا is we are already adapted to it
mm.
يعني طبعا is a part of life طبعا يعني
of course yeah
yeah
mm.
يبون
yeah
walking it on
yeah upon walking I upon walk
yeah
mm.
أنا بالين شيء سالة جبايا
Mm. Yeah non what you getting yeah
yeah أنا
yeah
لما شيء أوري ما تمبل كن لكن
yeah
كوين إني يعني
yeah non getting
كجمود من أنا ما أعرف من يدي من يكون بلا لسه من يوم وركون كده يوم متكون
yeah can get man kong
يكون بلا يكون من يا
mm. It's okay there's no people yet
يا إقبال struggling يعني
yeah
أقبال فرنجي يوم كمبيوتر وردن يا ده يمكن كوجي كوين يعني
ايوه
فده إن كانت ندير إيه ممكن بيا and then إيه ممكن ممكن جوتن يعني لأنه طبعا
mm.
عشان إيه برضه بالك واقي ناقو إيه ممكن you know we can start and then you know yeah, I already share لأن كبلا ما كده يمكن يرنن إك share لأن كبلا ما يكون واقع ده أنك ده يمكن 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 تيجي ما قبل بينيرد بعدين برضه نيرد جن طبعا connected مع فيسبوك ويوتيوب دي يمكن جن بالين فأنك جاك دي يمكن وقت وينه دي يمكن حتى لو ما قبل باوي كنت دي يمكن بينيرد يوتيوب تي وما قبل دي يمكن يرد با يمكن يرد نين كبيا وطبعا ايش نين بن افريقيا برضو يعني ما بل كنت دي يم مشكلة إنترنت عشان كده connected مع يوتيوب anka maka dide yumkin kan yor the internet dide yumkin ekken od youtube tas jeg waqt ni waqt da wenne maqtan jiji yani fa da yumkin gena podan dide yumkin nene yani و ek maka nyete dide yumkin nene kan ek wal mumkin share nan kabal ka keg ni waqt da taban anka jeka dide yumkin buang waqt na dide yumkin dan da mata waqt da yani fa da yumkin gena bal nene yani
Ya, filmun kan gena balke men ni mungkin ya nota can gen nang mute la dema. Igin jotin jeg
ya
de.
mag ya mag tab mala tingi kok ngoyon ani lakin iso ke pon ma loud يعني جينا هيك كان ممكن يبغى كان جوه هيك إنه يمكن ميوت and then واقي وقت ممكن هو إنه ممكن أولجا أول نيال وإنه إن كاي منه بيا and then إن
Ya,
جوت right away هيك
kan balki all treza all wall treza da kan balak kan display that all.
okay
Baning balki kayam balki janga ten.
okay let me try to bring it up here كان نقول منه يا كان يا كشان كود نيال وإنه لأنه
Oh,
YouTube was restricted كان يعني let me try another way all and all كويس يعني all كويس
yeah.
طبعا بقدر يعني akan ngaware ek nam bog support bil gashan wag nang ta mumkin devolve asan ihnam man go no ngede de yumkin ultin ignong menen ane
Mm.
ane ihmak tin yan ikana treza butrus
Treza butrus ya.
yeah
Where am I
yes
now?
ijabro ikon yo
Yeah,
timpon
nene kwena.
ikon unk wag ni yaw
Wallahi ya
anama
wallahi.
ikon tuwag ni yaw I don't know
I don't know. Gel ni chel nu chubar.
okay ikani chiel mumkin war inyo and then
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, onge kwena. Onge
yeah
kwena.
on tiang dun okay
Yeah, I kiting din onge kiting din. Sorry.
okay that's good
Mm. Yeah.
um ito one lead all manen one
Okay.
yeah
People lir siyang kete. Ana ganun corona da ablen mistake. Asa shit oro bal corona tukte. Wallahi. This is a very very big trauma. So anyway, sorry for guys. Sorry for that. Uh,
خلينا نجي عشان نشوف دولتنا المليان
طبعا يا أنت من نبا يا أنت من نبا يعني أو نيالت من نبا إلى أوديو
Why in the copyright?
yeah kami curi al nubara jabra for
Second, bucket of fortune, who have a to bong bucket net or the walden, can you get Virginia man, one the bong walden.
أنا مريك ممكن جوات طبعا ماي okay yeah gina nyamo yadit yumkin gogo pochin igde yumkin ungacha wa ungacha de yumkin duanya nigna shan igde yumkin betin wa بقدر إنه جاك يمكن بوان وقتن بدي يمكن وقتن ماتي كان مبانتي wa all Teresa taban ek igmien ninno naning chong nyin go te yin yatamba naning chong nyin go te kep ning kep yatamba dal igm beten banji anka igde de yam kinyertin tere de yam kinjuang ig wonnen wa kabala tertene wa all taban kontu ninno dala ikin kan iba kan bagin dal bet banji عشان مماكو وده واحد من جولدتي يمكن يدلن عشان بينن عشان يقنت يعني نتكلم انه كيف انه يقبل حق يعني حق ده يمكن حقيقة مبان وشوتن كيك مبان وسبنتن في مستقبل بلا مستقبل ما يمكن فنيامو بلا بيوارتك ونه أنوان طبعا جوك عن Mabaan demands for an administrative area. ده يمكن رأي العام ده يمكن ده يمكن كان Mabaan مقبل برون ويده يمكن جوجا بوتشن ماركو وسي جبريل عشان كده يمكن بريت واق عشان بيده ده يمكن يمكن نيوتن عشان تجول بلدة يمكن أنك ميتن ما يمكن كيف يمكن بلتن administrative area or يمكن يوتن واحد أو كان Mabaan بالنسبة للأيديا جوجا أيديا بتاع administrative area وده يمكن أنك بينين أتشنين وأيديا بتاع administrative area طبعا أجندة يمكن بنت يتي ولا ماركو ولا جبريل administrative area عشان Mabaan شو تبوكن بلتنا كوميكن ده يمكن جواد ما جنيمو فيده يمبو يكون the background about جنين جواد ما يمكن بلا بمسؤول نيكن I think يون جبان أتنيني ويعني بالديمة representatives بتيجن أسي ماخذ زي يعني إكن إندري ماينكن I think إكن يمكن كيني جواب أس أتي قاب نيك دوما عشان ده يمكن Mabaan لازم بلتن administrative area فجنينة ده يمكن إكن شرنا شالي عشان شالتن إكن كيف إكن يوتن وقت الشيالة عشان جولنين ده يمكن إتنين نيما أس كيتن تبغى إكن بوغنانكا Mabaan ده يمكن وانت ما administrative area on wenni عشان إيجن نقدر we have to share ideas again ده يوم إيجن جننا عشان إيجن بوقتن أنك كيك Mabaan يوتنا شيالو ده يمكن أنك on دل يمكن بيننا نتشا أنك إكمية تماكم وإكما قبل يمكن community leaders ما قبل civil societies ما قبل political leaders وس ما قبل يعني church leaders جولا نيني كان جولا إيجن ده واقدا يعني جنن إنه إيجن Mabaan لازم نطالب حقيقي يمكن قلنا جنا يمكن يمكن يوتن واحد عشان كده أوننا يكمل بالكراية يبعد وين كان باو ده يمكن يبعدهم ميتين كان يجنن ده يمكن يكون واحد وقت ينجا بلبا يعني جنين طبعا يعني is a Mabaan interest ومبان interest طبعا in any community interest طبعا first عشان كده differences بلا يمكن ده يمكن دلتن عشان يقدر ممكن يعني call for يعني حق بتاع civil right بتيجن وقلنا طبعا civil right demands بلكن جينجا ما عنده علاقة مع جك بلا جكتون بان بلا سلام تأجل وإيجن كأنه بان يعني من حقيقة إنه ما بان ده يمكن ويتن أنك ده يمكن جنا بلد ده يمكن بوهم با civil demands نانتنيكن وقلنا ما بتأثر مع any political affiliation يعني ده يمكن أجن بتاع إيجن ما بان and we have to stand with our people to make sure إنه قلنا ده يمكن نوع فده يمكن background إنه يبغى يكون عشان نيدك فإيجن ده يمكن دوتن ليه إيجن بوكن calling for administrative area فيبغى قبل ما كان يمكن way in يبغى يكون يمكن background a little bit يعني إنه تابيك ده بينه أوكي تابيك Mabaan تابل Mabaan سي بنت وتي وإيجن وود لأنه طبعا جوله هذه من باك history دايما طبعا إحنا نقدم يجوا جن history أي وادي إنه بالي أصلنا أتي أصل يادو توتي فعشان كده إيجن لازم كان بان ما قبل بينويا لما إيجن قولين إيجن بوكن administrative area ده الباكجراوند بتاع إيجن ده يمكن نيتن أنك نليد إن من قوما يدي يمكن بالك باكجراوند إنه إيجن Mabaan ده بين توتي وده جنين is very very important ف based on the ورجع كيما فإيجن ممكن بالكن يعني تاريخ قد يمكن أولين ينين وينن يعني you have to go back in 1931 يعني لما بريتش بالا مو كده يمكن بنابا نايل في بروجكت برتماغي بروجكت بتاع two provinces بتاع يعني southern بول نايل and then نايل فده 1931 جينا بلجا إيجن يعني بروجكت نعم ماشان إيجن ما قبل في southern بول نايل يمكن وقت يمكن يدمونه في وين في على النيل وده كان في 1931 في زمن ده ويمكن إيجاكياوا يعني 1938 ده يمكن كده يونا إيك مبان أوفن ما في southern بولنايل أو سإيك ما في يعني southern province which is the يعني على النيل وده كده يونا إيك ما هناك وإيك ده يمكن موت كم برا لأنه في لوجيك بلغ إنه يتوين لأنه وهو طبعا كان في يعني في southern بولنايل طبعا كان في يعني يعني وين بتاع spread بتاع دين بين وإيك ده يمكن أما هذا ما يمكن ده registered and then as a result يمكن ده يمكن باك كما إيه كما وتيموت كما ترين ده يمكن ده ما إيه ما في ناي وده كنا يمكن دالن أنن ما هذا ده يمكن بالا في جنوب السودان in يرتبط في 1940s ده يمكن ده يمكن بنيجن من إيطاليا وبنين ده مسجل في حرب العالمية الثانية وما في زول من قبل جوك جاكن نمبا جينا إيكن يا ممكن we can dig the history and then يمكن جاكن ده يمكن دواتن ونيشين نبود إن مشر ما كنا كما Bob was clear يمكن نيش كما قبل ما جوان ده يمكن نيكن نكون مدرج في 1940s وده يبوها تاريخنا طبعا نيت نيكن يكتي كأن بان قبل إيكن وين واي إيكن بوان جنين فإن يرتبط في 19 يعني 53 ده جينا وها أجين طبعا ده وقت ما أجين دوقت ما كان في شنو في disagreement إنه أجين دوقت ما إيه دوقت ما واحد لكن إن كان دول كما جيتن بدا purpose بتاع إنه طبعا تير بالكن resources وتير بالكن resources مش نتمبو لكن إنه لازم جنوب يستفيد يعني موارد بلد دي يمكن بنيجن أبانو بان بال بيوارد من أشياء موارد يعني كتير يبرد نيرت في 1956 independent بتاع السودان immediately كان في negotiation in the borders يمكن ننتم شنو ننتم reshaping وهو أنت طبعا يعني يمكن ده يمكن ده كان هو borders بتاع يمكن ده يمكن ورا يعني يمكن ده يمكن شلون في على النيل ودن إبادة في 1975 I think تقريبا 1975 ده هو ده يمكن يمر بين بنيكن وندير نمر تم بين عشان يمكن وقتن يمكن في شمال لكن إن وقت جوان تفوتشن إنه ما يمكن أخذ يمكن leaders من 1975 إكن ده يمكن يوتشنينه and then they rejected an idea إنه نان إكن وقت ما في صدام بولا نايلبا فده history يبغى ده لدي يمكن نيتني إكن قبل أو ده يمكن كاتن جاك إكن بقول why we demand for the administrative area و these are the background إن يبغى إيه مين لازم يعرف كلام ده ف عشان يقول ده لما نقول إكن بينن توتي where are we heading كمبان what نانتني جنا what do we do أنك ده يمكن يمكن بقدر شنو مشاكل والمشاكلين ده يمكن يوم تنجي فده يمكن background ناي جاك ده يمكن بلا وإيجن بيتن في participation إن برضو ما بان ده يمكن في history إن participate وكتير يعني إن participate من يعني one إن participate في توريد factions إن participate في 1991 even participate in 1994 Sugudum conventions. Board innovative is 2005 even board Balgma for CPA. Lakini man ang cake, that's where we are asking in even Balgma weti. Naman bandi the yom kumpon name. Where are our participation? Oda yom kingina gina even dal nin even amantoshin age is a wakan even participate igma. Achi even bagno go. But these are the questions ikan maban, ikan balchi, ilazim touch duangate. In إيجن باغنا و إيجن participate وخلنا نتواكل فده يمكن جنا يبغى خدين يمدوا تكويك نما نبغى كده يوم مناي ف reason for إن إيجن بوكن administrative area one of the reason is the insecurity يعني طبعا إيجن we face insecurity في على النيل tribalism إيجن we have been isolated في على النيل يعني based on the tribal identity بلا إيجن تي يعني political discrimination or political oppression نعتما إيجن تي يعني يكون بويوتشا منجي وندبا اوكي كيف مبان يوتشن كثير من زمن سي ترنكن until زمن بتاع ما يكمل شيء عشانين عشان يوتشا كاكيت بو اكد governor nobody will give you For these are the reason concern Mabaan, are we belong to Alanil? Father Yom can get Mengana Ikin, okay, Mabaan, we need to question this. Lani Chodu Suningly the Pochambashan. That's the reason in a night. For reason tanu land grab, tearing the Yom Aimak, denial of economic and social opportunities, even board want maba, inequity on distribution of wealth, even balgamba, exploitation, yani, waging the yum edamat iginti, or igminga de yumkin, mabag the renai, unfair distribution of wealth, and then denial of Maban in the state. For wakane kulu, the yum can get a reason, even that we need to call for administrative areas so that we can correct them. You know, for the yum can reason the yum can, but then Ekman and Betty the yum can, they will explain it in a very explicit way. For administrative area tambalkin igyum kumbaltin disadvantage and advantage. One of the advantage in the yumbaltin is a igin gedirne in akuma meaning igjotum poko or establish in the untin we can establish a very strong self-governance which is self-autonomy. ويجن دالتن correct security يعني status بتاع مايك يجن بالتن land ownership يعني we can control our own land يجن بالتن control of our resources instead of tama يجن اوتو نيون then يجن ممكن بقدر شنو we can control our own resources فده these are the benefit ممكن يورت نيجن لما يجن دي يمكن بالتن administrative بتين we can facilitate economic and social development لمايك برضو we can share the resource بل يجن to elevate the life of our people فاذا يمكن نبوكي يمكن برضه ممكن بي establish بنوبان as a green zone يعني لليون عشان بقدر operate بنوبان وتوانغ كل ده كود نين بانجبا فده these are the benefits some of the most important benefit اذا يمكن نبوكي فمرجع جنا يمكن background يا بوي كوندن قبل كاتني these are the background انه عشان يقدر يمكن يعني بيمكن يابتن and then يمكن بقدر شنو we can create يعني advocacy انه كيف اوتن يما اوسي حكومه يوانتن administrative area فده يمكن جن من جنا on دلنا بين ناتشا وانجي نبون ده يمكن اك مخنين ده يمكن they will talk a lot and explain it the reason انه why يكون بوك an administrative area فجن قبل جنا بوي يوين نبا اي يبال بوي جن تنبال كن political affiliation قبا جنيني جن مبان و ده يمكن on يمكن ما calling this جن already مبان ده يمكن اكم بوهم جنين اشوف تبوك زي any you know يعني any South Sudanese فرول بتاعين وين كان مبان يوتنا شيلا يعني we have to explain ourselves لانه إجنان ما كبوك دالتن to define إجنبا فإجن we need to define our destiny whether إجن بالغني ما يعني different political parties فده إجن يوتن إنه we can advocate for the goods of our people با فده يمكن جد من جنا يبغى قوق دنيني ويدي يمكن قوق بعدين later on نشون بعد ما خلنا دي من فعشان يجي جوتن جيكتي نيجي نقول إنه إك ما قبلين يتإنيو دي يمكن باشوا يا بعد ما نقوته يا باللينك ممكن دواتش إنيو and then إك ما قبون كود دي يمكن دي on بوه نك بيده أنك إن قوتين كان ين on ميتن ده بويني يا أوكي كان جنا نانك نين وهو ده يعني نانك أوكي فده يمكن يا جنا يا بوادي يمكن قوق دي نيام نيني وتات قبل تات يا يمبا فإيه تات بوتشي يعني ممكن بتوجه and then on ممكن بexplain إنه the reason إنه يمكن بوق ده يمكن جوتن بوق فin that way يقدر تنشنو we can create an environment between dialogue and even أوتنيا موكي فده يمكن جنبال نيني ويدي يمكن فرصنيني وين جاك ماركو and then إقدر يمكن يمكن ميتنينو the importance and ليه يمكن بوق جنينو جو فده يمكن جنبالنا بعد يمكن جبريل and then يعني later on ممكن explain and إك مقبل نيرينيا will drop the link and then إك مقبل join لأن on با we came to explain, to share with the to make consultation, to talk and discuss. In the open okay, meant when land is very important. Yani, le ikin osmaban balabanji. Fa da yumkin gen men gen balnene wa mark ya yumkin kursa wondeni. Fa this a little yani background. Yani I want to put it out that tama ikin benin weti where we are heading. Ikin on marginalization and of it. Fa da yumkin one of the reason inno ya dalna yumkin amalta background. Shukran and you welcome.
Well, thank you, Piramon. Watching the Jehovah Guangi Wakanda, watching bor di Jibril ti beni wa go pochin tu wahanene wa قبل من يجوج با يمكن بقوانgi taban mungkin ikin gokten je habal ikin ton ba dag yumkin link dua ci nyana ankasan makabala buagan ke dar ke de and also taban kan magabala ci nyana yuar ci wo kan ki nga bala ki kan ki tama atat pacific tad le i menga min ikin ma ci nente wa you also recorded ankasan mungkin do on noten kan tad ben yati wala di jibril to wala bemente wa kan magabal kin specific tad le min maayan ya based on je habal yumkin waqt nignen fa yumkin dagena yumkin abo yumkin jochanen nimritnen kan if there is yani background voices kan jek bala tieng je pod ga bala be nyale yumkin let me know also asan mumkin yani yamanot kadi tem kan pod dot nin chwe taban we are crowded wa I hope inno yani bukun nana pod be tieng ni ya jamba yan wa daim kan wa habal nyam nen fa nyam to nyam mod gonos ko won ek ma habal gi ci gore na yumkin ya gogne ki warta balakin yumkin mena nang show nan ek warta wa ya nyepe ke to wa ga kama ban wa go pochin to wa yumkin bala duwani ni hacha wa go pochin mena moding pilamonte te wa bala nange ga war on wa ka sana create gnen ik beton wa ga go on to wa bala concern us ze e junubun tanin ze e magek tanin wa ya go pochin to wa yumkin bala duwani ben pal ci gor wala bal bet gor baden wa gene ya mark isa gokte canada o ya akas Mabaan wa gina ben gonik ne gina gen ikin Mabaan on mafrud od ngok tin jeg ni chungba lakin bes buog ne kin not ma khalfiyat ni diaran tole how call nen bena okay why bala batani pilamun wetan guang ek explain ni diaran te tarek ikin Mabaan ikin benen to wete wo ing at otun won bala bat duanya nikin week at white in on kern bara ekin not kama ka ekke genen is an initiative a initiative lismen war nanga genba is an initiative o gena geni ma ban wakada fa anka nana bukun guak de magge dit pango ha on geni yun nyamgete gengbal geni yun nyamgete ba that's why on benen na lela wette anka san genen earn ek ma bant earn ek ma bant gena geni igen kan ikin jennen let us own it gena geni kan ikin kengnen ke kembalawen yin balawen fanka san keda we are welcoming everybody e menge balkin different idea te genen balkin different opinion te balje genen ya kan genan ka yomjeng tarikh ka yomje bay wo ha yomje bay please nana ngoyela budamba gena gen gen men ban gen pilamun ba gen marku isa ba wala gen jibril gena gen ikin wahda ma ban as long as ya amen ban be iwutma wa dayam kin gena bala tolanen ben achenen ben gen on e kuma ekke fochin wala yae fochin wene osi nyega bala wen fa nana kurki nyakti te belje go hage gen yae a wahanen ba how explain yourself waran wada on noton au on jegden kan yin bala wen fa yam kin da gena balnen ya bo kacha yam kin jeka ya bo guagde why we are asking for Mabaan administrative area wa ikina mangoka na Mabaan administrative area genen agena yamkin guang non makachi nemba ba guang pilimun gabli shoya genne balkin bek balat ngoy balkin bek balat ngoy na o genne ni pikinyala ikit diaspora par ba ikan atla de banji still genne yamkin mokchabal wa gena timing osi ko nambara okne nan kayam kun gol deke goltan magge genna gen magge lakina gen magge ba fa gin kana yamkin echin jollago ha ikin totin anka dar baltin gina dak we ikin pe ka Mabaan wala ka gabila wak balkar ngajiba ekin jat bala guak da nen is not a not nen ba geg baw dalye na bara tita dalye abara o ngeji mengere men bala ci gor in wetenen aw mena bal bet goron li wa ya bes bo kada gokche ek ban dia kan tolgen why he can asking for administrative area kama ban ka gabila well is bun atni ya why taban fi gena bartama clubhouse taban kan numbera wa kan number wa kan gen ata question he can mena bal pek topic wa atin fi clubhouse it was a question to say is it the right time for Mabaan and Koma to have administrative area for that kind of question. Lakin initiative earn acha ikin going achanenti angi gin Mabaan. Da gin Mabaan bes Koma ngalji ba gin ik Mabaan. Pa gina ikin dalnen anka tersin administrative area mud gonos ko on do the back to history. Akumat bala ate kan nyam gobli zat yumkin ikin magachi go nene maga jed mo yumkin win jat jed mo ba. Maga jed mo ba. But when we go back kan ik maka bala letu work tol dian tol kan ibal mena bal pek tarikh wa bal mena bala lieti balje dankun I identity bita I yuara kamen ban I bent wetia you will come across bad min malumat bala ngeji ba wala malumat yumkin yon ilung yor ge ba aw ilung wege ba aw lung men gel mena bala talan waga ngeji ba ik maka chi ne yor malumat on their own way to poe dan bala ngeji dan to poe bala ngeji panka san kada naman ikin doten tarikh ti wa doten ngoy ti gina balje juang ek ter osi naman ek ikin enyin duwanan ter bart mater ter Sudan wa Junuba Sudan ya juang magaltana san ikin eden duwatin ter Junuba Sudan that's his own plan gina nang di juang wurga juang go menga yagan ta leg di jitum ba tabon ikin shi wo ngan agama juang wa ikin naman atin Junuba Sudan ikin atin nanta dem nanta bartama Upper Nile region wa hawanati Sudan Junuba Sudan kullu wahid bes ashiyal budan genga balgo ha ekna doga ba kan nyam mabura okay lakin tu wa kadankin yani benen ikin makachi na magege bungin mago hagi ag madiriyan da adoga osi mina ekin madiriyat nene tabangina duwang bartama nimere namon beni cho na kakite namon buanye guwa bita junubin naman ekin cho ka chiala guwa ekin talta ek fakarin dara junubin muddi jitna san nang fitna san dara podga wartena balek dara kepti jitin so nimeri gasam junub ila talata agalim nimeri gasam junub ila talata agalim fi agalim istuwaya agalim bahr al-ghazal fi agalim upper nile او على النيل ikin juzrat jaza min ala nil taban fa wa hawana ta wa khada imha ban balkin fa ala nil wa khabita madiriyat da ikin balkin fa ala nil كويس لكن ما حصل انغتي ikin angin maka weyi ala nil gel wey engat breng mi ikin agin juzrat jaza min ala nil ikin agin kegen ala nil unnin juang tera wate zeze iyi gabay bala fa ala nil lakin gene go awek asan ikin ma ala nil weyin engate tigena bartama a win ma hasal ma hasal ma ikin totun why ma hasal le yamkin waqawat waqtan ay kan mabala wey mata talim maban taban berwog na ek bal talim gelba maban wupekan berwog na ek bal talim gelba kwes wa maga wetti wak nang wetti ekin ang amaka on Upper Nile kwes ekin wak nang wetti agina on nene wagina on chongon wala gina on nene wak nang wetti amaka shunu maka ekin on Upper Nile wo maga wetti nang ma amaka pamjin Upper Nile wo Upper Nile ag region men ban ma haka why ikin akin part of ma indana hak asan nakim wala fi disability gel bala yuar gabail poknen ikinda in ikin bu yak ekin weten ma we should ask kan gen I a part of it and ibalji be ma I inda ibalki yan wini da makanje ile if I'm part of genene why ya unga ti church na tenente ya unga agde ginga bo ha da why da waga ala nil ag region pues da nokta nyam pues ikin we never rule ala nil kash man ban gel church ang duang beta ala ikin am gokno we never rule musa san wazaib مثلا wazir filan wala bukun naib governor wala bukun yani muhafiz bita mogata no head of the region. This is what we're talking about. Why not ikin menga church aga winberg ikin magadri da why nimretnen ya taban at kuwaden baguang ya jeka look de nene a yumkin ek wang nen bagya bar nak se bar manang wa bordo ya buaganana waha je gwak chengba genen enen ekiti mabante ikin jenne wala ikin ken wes da sebo nimretnen namman waha bita jafa islamia bayna kakir chualan ya kuwan kalas fi tamananad ya kuwan tamanat wet ya bes buaga kinotun tuarikh bala wakada yuarchina there is yani ikin yani mit kmanyingit we've been marginalized by gabail duange fi ala nil henada fanka zan kere ya Mabaan magon dara ngetin ikin muskil bala ikin tata a muskil bita central government ba a muskil bita Khartoum wa hawaiti ba wala muskil bita Juba al ahali muskil da hena bes fi melkal hena fi center bita ikin wetti fi melkal taban ala nil asm bita melkal geshni waagda chinen fa muskil ikin bala fi gabail bita ala nil hena da fi magga wetti waag nang wetti ikin not minne agi minne yenta on برنج من إذات قادر يمكن ينتج ذات جواجي پر لكنه ما جواه نعوتي يأتي لوتي إنه تاجي من ينتج أون لوجا جواج ده نو تك من النوت ينتي ده ما يقادر لوجا وانا جواج كان عربي ديارن تولدا ولا كان إنجليزي ديارن تولدا ولا كان لغة المحلية ده تاني ما جم نيجتن أورد أوركنت توكو بغنيان توكو كيدن بلا تشيني ده why is mamin lotta alwani not ma agi gena marko nene kash Mabaan ya magad war guag de menenti ya marko kash Mabaan bo mud gona genen need to be corrected as I need to be corrected to be corrected yeah it has to be corrected by the right demand which is administrative area menga bala mena I dodde wala menga bala mena lode I gena ikin po fada balji ing ndot pan luane not ma noti ni ikin yak to wak not po it's not right that one of the thing pues zaman Bashir zaman Umar na mabene kakiti taban na mabene junu balkin talata madiriyat jema guanga ya gena nimer gasam wahnen Umar na mabene min talata wilayat min talata madiriyat قسم جنوب إلى 10 states أو ولايات جنوب بقى 10 ولايات يبقى في على النيل وان بار بلكن ثلاثة ولايات بلكي جنجلة بلكي ولاية الوحدة عندنا على النيل إيهم برضه Mabaan فضلنا في على النيل إيهم فضلنا في على النيل في زمن جبهة أنا مذكر يمكن كان من أول والي bita ala nil naman ala nil biga ang wilaya ka ano da Musa makur ustaz Musa makur asul ya ustaz ustaz Musa makur asul kwes zaman japada makalas bigina fi dam bita arab kan gok na jagbuñ angan arab kan biga fi islam angan muslimin angan muslimin lakin yet gena go asulta fa ala nil da min bangel mahakam ya do ngai na diaran tole fi zaman agalim tabun wa hawanati mena mong nandang kun yumkin yori sulta tole diaran tole tiyen tik Mabaan ya gena mena bartama isa sabit marhum isa sabit Allah yarhamu gena mena dankun bala ima fi kuma bartama kuma agalim bita ala nil goh tiyen tik Mabaan chochin kaki gelti tiyen tik Mabaan kaki chonek nene bartama wazar shabab wa riyada choni isa sabit wakon wardanda كويس لحد ما يمكن بن بيك شوالنا جفا إسلامية بين كاكي تنين فنما جفا إسلامية بين كاكي بقوان يا ولاية عن إن ياكل في الجنوب على نيل بيغا على نيل وبيغا في جنجل متنبرة وفي يونتي ستيت متنبرة يمكن تدلنا في على نيل كويس في دلنا في على نيل what happened برضو بدا كله جنغوها حكم أسان من بان تشوشن عن والي بيت ولاية ما happen كويس ما حصل why ikin ma gadrin ikin ak muslimun ba wala ikin juz la jaza min ala nil zato man there is something here ma ikin totun waqti iza kan waqa atnya ma ikin pongo kage o machiti machot ko konente talim ma ban balkin talim ba ma gul had tamanna tizainat chwalanen tizainat chwalan ma ban balkin talim ba te ma balak sayter lekin dubbat min yom dagla das talim bele tu warga ba ما سيم ورجزات بلا باقي جنوب برتا ما يعني رابع الزمان ده ما ده سيم ورجن شيل لكن why not من بان أغا وين بتاع نيل برغ there is something هنا يا مدقون جنين كيدنين إيه نوت ما درنجتنين كويس لا دينجين إيه نوت أجي إيه جنين سان جنين أك ولا نور إيه نوت أجي إيه سان جنين ولا شو نوت أجي جنين أك you must figure it out لازم جنين يواري إيه وكان يوارني كان يوارني هل بتاعه شنو that's why we are asking for administrative area لو قبائل نين قوها إيكين يمكن ما قادرين إكن ويتن بيا خلاص ما إيكين ده أوتن برا إيكين ده أوت ما أقول أنكوان إيكين نك ويت نك نويتو إيكين ما قادرين كويس في جب زمن بتاع جفا إسلامية إيكين تيك ماك they deny us كويس they deny us one of جنبالا نيجي وهوانته فغوان يا فيديو أتنيام واي يا بوغ يوكين أجتان واد من ظلم بلا يمكن توانغ يوارنيان كويس وغا كلاس أنغت يمكن تيجي بانجين تبليه مبان غوكين أكي وغنن وغ مبان the good thing nang siyasin yom dag tan kan yom dag bes tanga siyal budan waka jafa islamia lo ima bigit maun lo kan urga gadar shinu wala balk leadership gadar gena go haka kida yuara ba unless iwar yala ag balda beken wes zem ma waqtan magge yumkin maka bala siyasin junubin yor kakanda lahad ma mumkin kalas war yala uktma yenta ang muslim and then kak yuara wes fi endana suweta maban maga ang muslimin lo kan da biga islam anka ya ma ko hunte yani lo da biga islam anka ma ko hunte yani lo biga hizb بتاع مؤتمر الوطني ده ما في مجا من إيه أنت عن أعضاء بتاع حزب المؤتمر الوطني some of them is still existing until now ليه ما هاكم لو إيه جزء جزء من على النيل جزء من قبائل على النيل ليه نه ما نحكم إيه ما نحكم ليه إيه ما ويتم بقى there is something كويس there is something كنا يبغى وقت الزمن بتاع عمر بشير وها جنوبين بتاع على النيل قوكاغي وهنن أدم بانتيا what happened كان بس سيد أنك ياهو مرشح بتاع والي بتاع على النيل وهوانا تتابع من بان قبل يوشينك بيان تعلم إيه ده من بان وهو ما بان ما خلاص جينا إيه ده من ده is our leader سيد يوشين he was a very strong candidate وهوانا was a very strong candidate من قتان بلبا لأن من بان قال يوتي نافذك إيه بيان لأن ما في حزب تاني قال بيان نافذك إيه كويس سيد بس بره ma fuzol case what happened na manek at melkal anka san to finalize a mini se yinte e nanka bartaman lido aga wale bita ala nil da zaman bita Umar Bashir na manek at ke church ko fi melkal se yinte sagat without any reason se yinte sagat gena he is not qualify wala san eka kas Mabaan wala eka asan eka muslim be wala eka muslim there's no any reason kinga bala gena yuartan ke yuartan yani yuartan ikin zat wala yuartan makeda innu say ayafsir wala yuartek say zat eka ayafsir so gena asal tasir eka tilad ma eka mumkin war mongne fi illa fi dawate ando fi khartoum o mate ila kaftar na o ma khartoum dawate dan mun sadma he never even expect in bif menga tani bala cheg majid na ore na kan kasan beya bukun ek bonde ya an kasan ma bukun jetete lan fursa Mabaan o mafrut min Mabaan menga bala yo chimbayan wes there is something a jama mod gon ma sakit keden de walk the nene they don't believe in us and why we want them to believe in us we have to believe in ourselves wes even we're not forcing them to believe in us لكن أسان إيكن جزء لا تجزء من آل النيل وجزء لا تجزء من مكونات آل النيل أما كبلا شيء ترى دوان نجوان إيكن دوان نجوان مثل آل النيل زي إكن بلكن حق زي إكن but why not لا إيكن مناكب إيكن is there any disability you are checking إيكن ده Mabaan بلكن disability of leadership you are checking in tan sana nek ikum bukun untuk fursa nam manakim if there is any disability leadership you are checking that's one of the reason man talab hagana shuf hagana dan wudwen eking the 8th one eking the 8th one zaman jafa islamia Mabaan juluma o mena ek un musal da saytera da mumkin magan makabala ci gornene gina na man hasal bukun ngekineke كويس سيترس عن كوتن برت أندوا وينجي جنا وينجي وزارة تربية وتعليم which is not bad but why وزير why not والي why وزير why not والي there is something I'm not going وجنا بزيما جوا جنا بلدا منجي نوتبا you have to figure it out للي باردة ما يورا كويس فإحنا من بيتن زمن بتا SPLA بعد CPA سيترشون في وزارة التربية والتعليم ده لحد ما بون يعني سلام بتا 2005 بون سلام وتن كويس بون سلام وتن نمن بان بين أني نيمنا من بين أرنيل طبعا واحد من ولاية بون بتا منن يعني طبعا there is a power sharing طبعا based on CPA طبعا مؤتمر وطني بلكن 1% ولا كم في جنوب لكن اختار على النيل بيكون واحد من ولاية بلا تحت اكن وهوانتي from 2005 to 2010 ولا 11 لحد ما يقوتن ريفرندوم كويس فعلى النيل في ما بوينك كويس في ما بوينك لحد ما يمكن انتخابات حصل في 2010 لما ما أتكد انتخاباتي طبعا في انتخابات جنا برتما كومبين حصل كويس SPLM كحزب لما اكن ممكن منا بكون اوديو تكاكي بتا غفرنر بتا على النيل واخوان تجينا سيما كون بوينت اك ممكن بوكين اكن يعني كومبين اك اي ما بانت اك كان لوت اونتيا اك كان لوت اونتيا اك انتما نائب حاكم كويس اك وانت اون نائب حاكم اك بيدي وانت ما كانن كان اك لوتي حزب بتاع SPLM طبعا خلاص بيقى في عذاب جنا برتما انتخابات ده اي حزب طبعا يوتي وفي على النيل كان في عذاب نافسه لكن SPLM حزب الوحيد ان كان برتي بونتي كان نمبر بان they want to lead كمان عشان يكون ويتن ويون غدان كان بلا يمكن يعني يمكن دوا تشيكني so na man ekin bek nko campaign bita inno be muka ala nil ekin menga man ekin ta aga wali bita ala nil ekin gokini ma banta ekke lo luoto onte ya untamana governor, which is the first higher position yamkun lulu Mabaan. Kan gel bala nangal baguang ya min zaman madiriyat kan kana telanga bala muguma inak wala fi zaman bita jafa islamiya kan kana telanga bala lulu inak ngeja ba ikan bachi in wette amena wahanen ngeja bordo. We need your presence here bedwen on not gena daljena bara gena mumkin on not kwes fa da yumkin gena balnen say churn wahawanati lahadma election am ben kun felan tabon ben ang the first elected governor of Al Nile of Upper Nile fi zaman bita kuma asirci ya kuma junub nene taban da seman kun point gena ek yaw ludi ma luti ben ang governor bita Al Nile naman ek ben taban yani wad nang ek taban nang Indria was appointed as a deputy governor of Upper Nile state. Sueten yumkin John Iba was appointed after Indria was relieved. And then kana bita naib da khalas من هناك لحد أشيء وحيشين أشينته يمكن لسه من كان تاجي جن كانت إني كوما يمكن أرنيل تكان تبال كوما يمكن من بالشيء أشياء نايب يمكن بكون يعني تكون من بان لكن أسان جن تابن بلا في power sharing بتا peace بتا 2018 so سان كده يمكن deputy governor أتبرت مبان برضو بلجا إيهم برضو طبعا ياهو دوكن أرنيل تي طبعا في منافسات بلا منافسات في بابا بلا وأن تورينيان بعد في power sharing between two يعني peace partners who are IO and government in and IG and also OPP and other political parties and so on. كل power ده مود ما جيتن زيادة كل ما جا ياخد نسب نجبة إيه ذنكني كويس يمكن أكان deputy governor في زمن بتاع يعني كون نياو Balkin Indria Mae and then John Ibo. Naman Kirben create 28 states in Ekma yani fi Eastern Nile. Quiz. Fizom bita Tonsol. We coach man deputy governor, not governor, deputy governor. Nantuan genawan naman Ekumber naman Kir gen enya ang etnino 30 wilaya be create gena Bartama Northern Upper Nile state. And which is again lel mabar ikinte gena gwak nikinen kan fi if there is a systematic discrimination against us here ya nangam lel mabar ikinte fi gena bart nik Northern Upper Nile state kwes ignam at Northern Upper Nile state thank God federal bes gabail ni yew gabilan dalgi ni yebes huwa dinki osmaban kwes gabilan ni yew and count in the door. Ikin balkan rang malut Mabaan. Count in the year ya balkan gabila nenda dink. Rang a dink osi malut a dink. Ikin Mabaan. What happened? Yeah? The first governor is a dingo. The second governor is a dingo. I don't know whether it's the third governor. You know, I forgot. If there is a third governor, ma burd ma dingin mo. And even this we end up deputy. لحد ما ديت يمكن أرانيل أشنت أتى آيوتي يمكن بعد جن ورجعين ون مدغون أسكون إيه ما قادرين كان تتوان we fought for this country bana shining bart na Junub Sudan da ma إيه نعم تواني ما I will not go there. Jibril Gaidena, one of the veterans. Wafi bag magek balachi wete. They are veterans. They know how Mabaan participate. Twanga marketing ekin eken. Fasaila marketing ekin eken. Katabe marketing ekin eken. Jibril will tell us. Tay na Mabaan ko na bara ang wilaya, ang dola nene. Baginadak o ek ma ikin te participate nang nihnin balawin. Balawete. It's very painful. Ina mapangdu tu wakanene ya jama. balkan kereng ba mogata ase toron ikin chiela da nyont ning na magata bita mabanda da magata kene bura dubba marhum dubba sultan dubba kene bura te jefa islamiyate zaman bashir chining achenente da men ma SPLA ban kene bura ang dola ban ma ban wala counter sak bes counter sak win ba yebga agena yan ma zulum lise men azulum ba wala ikin we didn't participate wala ikin akun junubum ba zema nyontan leader tukunte ak burum fi northern upper nile magadirin maban waka tuang ikin bartna ikin ak maban lakin maban ben ang dola ikin bartna burum fi northern upper nile say ang ina mabartat ma ok iya mena participate tuang teket man gatata musafat ci asan banay ben tinti junub sudan ban ang ban ikin yung an shiel goron nyinga goron shiel pena nik na benen shiel gokon arbutol ni shiel nen wala english tol ni shiel nen but be balawen naman ikin talam na fi 2010 wala bada mun weti naman ikin talam na ina buwang magata akiyaw elisa balka wurganen wurga kegin malut wala kegin rang dinki ni nyoke kiye ko wurga kiye kiti duanga agi ya jama nana makana unda magata akiyaw ba magata akiyaw is a threat fi amni bita dolo look at that kan ek maban unda magata akiyaw da bisajil kutura le dolo akutura gena ibatote ba akutura gena akutura gena ya jama da mazlum lisa men ingo khna ihin julk maban tayib na takan ingo khna we ihin wakani yuar be wala makabala acca yamkin makka siyasin gidamna yon maka ci gox nene kan bala wakani yuar wala yuar be kan yuar ngin ihin maka ci nen mongnen agena yani agena yom jiba ihin chot no okay wala something must be done ginga war nang do mod go gina war nang do we are not picking up arms against government of South Sudan. We are asking in a very peaceful way. Mabaan has a right to have administrative area. Mabaan has a right to demand their administrative area. Yin balawene. We are not picking up arms. Yes. Zia mamagda yamkin goki. Royengda wala bibor o mabara budamba. Yes, we agree with you. Lakin wagwokunda will not come out through the violence. Wage the negotiation in a civilized way. Ehanene is a very peaceful demand. Has nothing to do with narfasila. Wala eut nung. There's no any ape gabalaba. And it's not a crime to ask. Da hak dustur Junub Sudan I unne. Kwes da hak bita Junub Sudan I dustur fi Junub Sudan I unne hak bita. Baden garang tam wahagel de gohag, you know what? If you want to ask something, ask the bigger one. The bigger one, you ask the bigger one so that you can get a half of it. If not quarter. If not quarter, at least you will get a half of it. We are rewarding the bar. We are creating a situation whereby the Rangitan Junubin, the churning ekin fi wilayat ala nilda, ikin churn very peaceful church. Can't fi wilayat, wala can't fi gabila again. Should turn arms against, turn mind against Akuma, ya can't again the gabiling Mabaan. Lan to Zulumbalsa Bajaha Balaguanganen. The Juzubes. Jahakuang a Juzubudan. Can't again in Mabaan. Like no, in Ganangamba. We've been loyal to Kuma Bitana. Lan even Haram already 21 years. And before that, can big Anyanya 1 wala Anyanya 2. Then Haramna. Mabaan get participate. If Anyanya 1, Anyanya 2. Lakin eka ben war nang min talat taman lahad di 2005 da that's a bigger one. Ikin balkani matwang. But we felt in there's nothing returned to us. King balgana bening to ba. Naman ben bao. Baya okay, ma ik earth, in cooked negative. Naman in go in earth cooked negative. That's why we're demanding Mabaan should have administrative area. Ginen nek Mabaan te mod gona school. Maka chit gor wo kan yin bala. Please come here. Bedwen. Ya yin da yin bala wel. Tell us 1, 2, 3. Ya bo agdo wo ngai ne diaran tole. Phone gena bartning administrative area da phone eka gena. Tukun ke guang eki pilamun wedan. First of all, ikin ban security wa. Ban is insecurity la annu naman igorti. Head of security banji adingo. The head of the judiciary banji adingo. Pues the head of police banji adingo. The head of amni banji adingo. Gingel akidin perga. Yebgo security da betu resources biteng da atu wen. Tagrir be unku wo da tagrir bita am kullu maglub. Lanu le da kena para. Lanu ma indu dama dam bitaw. Bana ba they don't care. Maging wala bogdi bil ka bala nyuwata makumat wala bogdi security best so that they can cultivate. The point na yumkin impact administrative, we can be able to manage our own land. It will reduce problem with the land grabbing. It will yani yumkin biljagoha ikin participate wagekti wag leltamber. Tang with the talim. Namaning baltin 2% bitana bita oil revenue. 2% bitana bita oil revenue. It is up to us. Can buang 8 and kegen 8 and worganti to bilka one ya. It is big agana. Minga bala menungud nikamba. The bigger ekikin. The benefit bita in no ikin baltin administrative area. Yokayat na ikin balkin tozi bita talim bita scholarship bigger bao ikin julkama. When we have our own administrative area, yogana halbala wala bade. One of the benefit too is there. One of the benefit is there. Fajama nana ikin chin gorun wa gokuna ai ma ikin unting number we are just dreaming. Makanen is just dreaming. Magul yake magata bahalu wilaya bahalu au administrative area bahalu wardandana. Ikin balkan awla counting that ikin balkan ba. Counting that ikin balkan ba. How counting being created? Counting that the nangtamo. Nangtamo. Fi wilaya nangmazat without counting. Jama guang ayan. Umar Bashir naman ansa wilayat fi junub 10 wilayat و16 ولايه في يعني في شمال كان ما في اصلا مقاطعات قبل ولايه نعم عندنا مقاطعات الجمع كويس وانا متاكد لما كير انسى ولايات بتاع 32 ولايه ده في بنجك ذاته was not even a counting ذات but right away they become a ولايه then اكن non counting فإحنا أنا واقعتن تبلجنين بيا أنا واقعتن هذا ديكنا دياكن أنت ما ولاية به ولا بالكن counting gelbe ولا بالكن قدرة أنك سن واقع ويتم به يا جماعة all it is nan ikin chow nying ti yengit nda all of it is meaningful bizat minachi acha gor video nene wala balchi fi diaspora hena da kan Canada wala United States wala Australia all of it is meaningful to you. It's a message. Treasure send out the message to you. But the machine chow nyingo kan ba kan ngan anka ingdal tin chow nying ti yenya yini yenya da san boy kan ngan otum banji baning balkin iginger kaya bala nyon bala jan bala ter wan ter bes bala fayda bita balja saning bat administrative area dar ngetinik banikin da ban strategy balkin a lot of resources quest ikin balkin hudud ni yew if I'm wrong somebody can correct me ikin balkin hudud ikin north ishamal it is a very wide hudud ishamal kan ikin balkin hudud galan balak in cholkin galan we can have a business galan yan what's wrong about it yin bala wet but ma muwarid bala ikinta ma bara ma muwarid ikinta zatu bes we can manage it. We can manage muwarid bita ikinta and we distribute it the way we want. Mus i menga tan be bara anka san wa mat bani ikin rang lad achne taxation bita doro mata doro lad ma rang lesunian lesuno bani ikin buogin po piga mata mak buogin wurgan buogin dawan buogin ana man taxation bita ikin te doro wet malad rang marang wetti asan chot ku po bal ekinti wal san chot ku wurgan bal ekinti wal chot ku yan ikinda man stay wahanem be Mabaan man stay wahanem be. That's why we said let us demand or ask peacefully for administrative area. Peaceful. There's no violence. Peaceful. But work we can document it. Nangtum file we can chuntin fi riasa. Ikna mo chuin fi riasa wala chuntin kirba. Fi there is something bukul Moses riasia. Moses riasia balkan 6 people there or 7. Kois ibalku duanga be nuwa bitaw da bartama Moses bita riasa. Genena ma ek chot ma gogdi osan ek jama wurga gelben au talab gelben. Kois mod gonas ko won. Our call is a legitimate call and it's a legitimate time. The waka tinanity. We call tinanity. Don't think that again Philemon, or again Jibril, or again Mark Isa. Very soon you will hear more min Magatatan. It is just a beginning. On Beren Ekinotama, this is an initiative. Can ikin jenen dar nyorin biang kdi yo yotna dalte. Yes, there is mashakil. Lakin mashakil bala onikinda dar yom dat ikin wette. You can please don't block your brothers. Don't block. Ta budang wag not kama bara ke pon anka not kama gi not kaba damasa. You will not benefit anything. Menga geng val gena owa iba. Ikin ponnen kalas. Ikin ponnen chon nik junubun for so long. Wes ko kambarta nik na wazir elam, wazir terbo talim, wazir shabab riyada, wazir deputy government, governor wahane. We can be a leader of Wahakanen. We can. Best lo yin yot dalnen. Nyon wo ko jol ni chele. Genne ten ga bala ba mod gon. Balkin ten ga balkin yin ga ba. It just kind of thought. Kind of thought. Ichale idiar bo men. Ma to da hak bitak. To da hak bitak. Fa ya bo wo ka et ba ya bo yo chete wenne. If you disagree with us, please come in. Tell us where is your disagreement with us. On makachi nene ka on jinnon. It is a right call for Mabaan people to have their own administrative area. And then wahapurkumbaya after that. Fa yumkin ya yoche tuwetu wa kantat gabala ben at on. Pilamun mumkin tazakirni. I will answer bad mama yumkin Jibril bed god. And then bad yumkin follow yumkin pokale mahapana. Kanatat wala kan minga want to yani comment or add more on what we are saying, he or she is welcome. And thank you very much.
Yeah. Mark, yadda yamkin go question to je gwangi wakanda. قبل إذا يمكن جبل البيع يدي يمكن welcome Simon and Stephen. Simon question in إذا تبان أفريقيا يعني question تدنيني يعني أنا ما أري كان تيمبوني.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think poni wa ekwag the thing important yes.
Okay. Yeah. For Marco did يمكن جه قوانgi ممكن جه كوانا. You know جن قبل نشيل طبعا جن يمكن ده يمكن كأنه مبان. دليل بيكبيه تنيارو. طبعا جن قبل برضو أفريقيا إنه يعني politics of ethnicity identity. وجن طبعا يمكن بلا playing role بان جنوب السودان. No matter what, يبلغ any political party. إذا يمكن listen. يعني إذا قبيلة وردن ده باو then إنهم مشكلة زي ما أنا كده يمكن يوارتني اثنين يعني برضو ذكرت كان كويس إنه you know definition يعني the moment إما قلنا to define you طبعا يعني weakness بالي طبعا you are تمام إيكن طبعا نعو واقتي وغنان نيكن واقن ده because من قد يمكن بلا ورنا to define us كإنك كيجن إنك قبيلة ما بانا أوكي وده يمكن جنا ده يمكن بالنا فإيه ممكن دوتن back to history إيجن أتنا أوكي بعدين جين قبلون يدي يمكن بوكي كبكتين أنك إيجن ده يمكن أتنا لأنه إيجن من دوتن جنا تبا ما controlling فعلانيل ده project ده يمكن من 1931 I ممكن I give you all the references إك ممكن إيه منك go and buy that book and then you can study لأنه project ده من 1931 في ملكال even عشان you know survey من كده في 19 I believe 19 before original 1953 52 53 طبعا ورقم بتاع إيه مبان طبعا شغل مجيد إيه ما في أرشيف في جوبا وعشان دوتا ما إن كان يعني land بتاع كان should be placed إيه original شيله back to southern Brunei لكن because of resources طبعا يورما في كورادار وطبعا إيش المشكلة إكن بروجن جنوب ما كان بالف في زماننا ومن النوع ما بدا يمكن من اللي 19 I think يجيك 1983 إك طبعا بالك كان ما سرنا من إيكن بالك في مديرية بتران يبرتما سام مليون وده يمكن بالك في ورجنجي فإيكن كان مبان إيكن كبير ثنيالا كول ده it has nothing to do with يعني any جلجوها يا ممكن ننبالة يا ممكن ينوال تنبر no it has nothing to do with political affiliation إيكن دونغو وخد كان مقبل حكومة ولا مقبل برا إيكن دونغو وخد the only way we can do is we need to create the situation in to ask question in why gonna repeating itself okay then even we tried send a lot of organ mingat nirtaba okay but time has come for Inke Ban we need to join our hand to make sure that our message need to be sent it atolo nang about tam ginga ya trial but we need to try and then atolo nang about it is okay فده يمكن جنا بالنيني جبريل وخنا ده يمكن وخي و you know even though we need to send this message ek maka yom kumbala chi inyo ibo ko de yom ko ye anka in wo de nyot lan genne bo in taba nong na project kan ingin wo da then again Mabaan wo has nothing to do with political affiliation igin yot ke Mabaan base siyasa mbetake and then we need to define our destiny ka Mabaan jaram na siyasa manafa okay minga tiyang dikin ba kenyi wurgan manafa so let's regroup as a gabila agina po yanong Mabaan Africa ne let's regroup as a gabila and then even we can decide and you know fight for our destiny فده يمكن بالنا فجبريل يباد and then يمكن بادي غودي then كابتن and then سايمون ده يمكن and اجي ستيفن اكن ده يمكن كودي يعني
tinyama bo gokcha ya tengde
ya ipan works yeah
tiempo
ya tinyama yo ko pochin mutga ozi yani mukawiya wa yalma ban warne nyi pekete wa yani borde ya mang mark je gwange won je podo gani jiga we are igin bogan okin mabanu wone da mabana yom ti ban maban paraba man wone da igin bog nang wa katir in bog ko nanta ma makabala ci mijrimin ban ala nil winyi nguntu tinda igin munnan yan kama ban won the munnan we don't need to go further talking about liberation because Mabaan tremendously have contributed in the liberation from 83 to 2005. Mabaan contributed heavily without a doubt. Even Junubin kullu ngeshkenian. We don't need to go zulum bitana mind the political history bitat South Sudanese. Zulum bitana da something has to do in Banban Nunguma. They were annexed to the south without even consultation. The making result, And in all these years, we've been living in Chin, Wahanang Tama, we also being politically disadvantaged to do a very big time, yani. Not ganin nang mga pi Khartoum ba, lakin wangin nang mga pi Melkal, in coordination manas pirang yamal kalam da. Fa anin naman numshin itkallam fi hajat da katir. Our agenda today is Mabaan administrative awareness. For those of you who read English, our agenda is Mabaan administrative awareness. Explanation to explain about process and how we can help ourselves or our people to make a decision and application process. That point number one work there. Point number two, we have a determination. We have determination, and we can provide resourceful information for our people to be able to understand, why today is administrative area. The reason is very simple. The reason is very simple. If you want, we can explain in length. The reason is very simple. Lano chodishi e kachiel wenda marika magoku jwel kwes. Yolo gwanga marika nyok chejin. Al mishkila bita talim da tahamiz nangama weni manan man makano nene eknonga san buang pirike kan banala nil. Asyenge yung tunong katwang mo. Talim da nangi ba tahamiz nangama hene to alinil. Asyan yagde the state level yang menga pe bita finance da, which means unmaban tugel podati. Untumai untuma mahanong mijirim who are the political dealers in it. You don't have to go wrong to Dink. We are very, very hena, we are, we go in the plain language here. Dink the mamish keliptan hena inamando was that yam takhir. Then is a can ekid allamo, mana hena igin, shooting when we just we are reinforcing our resources is just taken from us. Eight and Pangban, non kumakan of Melkal. At the same time, to Manangadwang Nyal Bayan. Shufta? Can you win Kumanangadwang Nyal to the body? You, like me, like Jibril, even better than my look in Jawara. Why our people are being dominated? So we, this is note I made determination and provide information, resourceful information to assist ourselves and our people prepare for application to administrative area. That's point number two. Okay, that's point number two. That point number 10 go agi cause bita also another cause bita and determining we need cause bita bukun high. The cause of this, we need funding. We need Kengoban, your yellow. There's no doubt about it. We need academians who will assist us digging information with a history like Pilemun Gadit Kalamo. And we also we need to be consider ourselves in Nongtin assessment, the real assessment Nangtin. Today we are doing assessment. In Ken Banban independently aga administrative area. The question is yes. In Chotumpo. And the reason is very simple. We are being suitable to apply administrative area on this ground. On this ground. We are not rebelling, we are not doing anything. Mark Wanukuang, we're not rebelling. And if the question, the third go why today without an can nanging to the manung kutwang bita 2013 do you think you will have a ground in Baltnachalong? Or question is no, in Baltnachalong. Maga was politically in the other side. But in this time of peace, it is achievable. It is achievable. We can address the question also, the doubt is I have question to them. Yes, in the long run, we benefit Mabaan. And we also want to share narrative like Mabaan, not against an inchin matos into ekmawa. No, we are different. a different generation. Inang mahfogan. You're going to bar no work wagan. Some of them are good, but we need to extend or expand or delete it. If the work expand, if they are for our benefit, some of them will be deleted for good because it's not helping us. Why you keep something that is not helping us? For example, it's not helping us. We need to delete this behavior and create the new behavior. Simple as that. Minabala the Western world, ban country. Minabala in the Western world, go hage. Ignayon Jolneba, then you are wrong. Jolenene is aligned with the party principles, and Jolene also with aligned with the independence of South Sudan because Jolgokage taking down the people. How do you take down the people? You take down the people by a small unit of administration. Is it achievable for this Kuma with the Junubda? It is achievable. We need to rally for it. Who are the people who are going to rally for this administrative area? Yeah, oh well, we need Kengban, Mahabalbari diaspora to help our people back home. We need to be vocal, we need to be responsible. We need to review our stand as Minban. Kalik min jola siyasa yapsibara yazul. Jola siyasa da yapsibara. Jola ni siyasa bendenda, don't even bother about it. Yapsibara. Let's unite as Kengban because this is the ground in which this ground, and Mark, you will go then I will go back to my point. Security wise, Menamuka, a Bolimban Banda, Labu the Kun Kanymaban. Sa, Menamuke ship administrative area, Tabanban, Labuda Kanymaban. Agamin, that's not the question now. But Akanymaban, sa. Mana in security wise, you are actually engaging security, in the very good way. Like it happened Ruang, King Ruang Yama skin. But in the case of Morley, it's totally different because these are communities that believe in age wajata and like Mabaan onmo. We are in good shape with our neighbors. We are actually, this administrative area will help our neighbors as well. They will come and work with us, they will interact with Mabaan, knowing that hudud bitana wenezat hudud da برضه جنين beside the ترسيم بتاع حدود لان ما في state او administrative area without boundaries. بكون بلتن boundaries تو هنا جولي unkwon da you هنا ده is already بلتن solution بتاعك وين and the few thing that we can go offline is this لانه جولي إنكما count ده is aligned with this. Because Dink is the one who can administrative area, counties, you will include Banadar, Ukili Ashra, Ukili Ishra. This question is also relevant here. This question also is relevant in this case, but we know the prayer of this. We know the prayer of this. We will do this. Because Ginagin Mabaan Wokanda, all I want to say is, can you the topic I was about to talk? Look, Ingan Dokun Pe. Nadalata junubin kullu nadalata kengban taban zahiru fi men fi nyanyawan may enjoy kintongt wa non taban nonti distant border play a role maikin makashi close wa southern part of Banishowa. They have been engaging with all these nyanyawan nyanya two ekin engage magexal bungu yona madungan and the famous one will be murtiang eknian shupta Fanazal engage, nas engage ma nyanya two, nyanya one, Kemban engage. And I'm the famous liberation. For those of you who don't know Kegni Taban, the first group was led by Lanyulka and Lanchoin. And they went and joined with Katiba Eagle. Oma Nazolo, it Balkan Tarikh, file and ranking with ISPL. Like in the question barja again mahachi gabail duanganda diamond walking imena parda lul dunyarwo. That's one thing we are calling for administrative area. In Amandode, many of you have seen Lanyulka. Lanyulka tamong neke. Ulayada bimusu Kengban pinadalata SPL egiao bimusul Kengban one. Okay? Lakin we have very important Kengban yan. Mabaan fi kati Mabaan inda wujud Johnny Baneng ya shida inda nas Gabriel Weg neken nas Johnny Baneken inda Barnabas Basi inda nas kutar da nak Jul neken inda Gabriel Weg neken Michael Teo and many more Peter Kunna okay kayinin kutir fi kati Mabaan maana pung na dubat halig min makata na sakan kayinigin kutir sharaku fi nadalat ta junub da not even compared to the level of other tribe in Equatoria. Okay? This is the prang ana gulekul. Not even to the level of the other tribe in Equatoria. But the point is this, because the repeat hujud askeri, bala hudud political you are not gonna get anything. This is gonna mabandal na zaman da ekambal kung hujud askeri, but make it intended. Like what is cooking in the SPLM hierarchy, yeah, they used us to fight the war, but you don't know why people are fighting. This is a big thing, disadvantage the American thing. Every movement we go only one part. You know, to political, we are going to military side, but politically we are very weak. And okay, they are the one doing this to you. Into that you can assess as you can assessment nungtun assessment in work ya jama مشكلة التعليم ده أكلت إيه ملتقي إيه مبان بلتن تعليم بلتن ناس ما متعلمين ده is it assessment ده نانتن جنن أجنيكن we have to finger point ourselves جنن أجن مبانا ولا جنگو عشان كده you cannot do this in another in the state. Because if state is very hard for you to do this assessment. But when you have administrative area, you can collectively as Mabaan Geninangde. Geninangde ekundi strategiat in Yajama. If this lack of education work banin because of this, then let's whatever we're getting from the central government, let's put the budget in. We employ Makapodan Geninokte. In the Zilda Ekbal Go and Nangde. We can do it. But you can't do it in Balkini Mahangda. Then the Amalins the yak and yak or nyang fi Kwanjia. So the Yaktaman at the Yangatel and at the Yangariarmo. But as they'll be the fighting tribes in Afan will not allow you to do this. Because they both have interest. They both have interest in it. And when I go back to talk in which I was coming from, ikin nadalat bitana fi Mabaan ze ma sakalekun ni na amal nadal jamit kui junub nas biafu this tribe they use contribution and Mabaan leave alone make that akanga and you cannot host the rebel for 7 years without food without Mabaan dabaro bad nufsu the liberation. These are rebels. They don't have food to eat. But Mabaan host for 7 years and they survive. They can keep them again the Mabaan. There is no free. Again, so Barao had the Nufso, they were out there in Jazz Kabir Nagamakin. By Ikin Bordan Betin, a Zulum with the Ikin the Badawen, Zulum, Au Pagat, Mabaan Fagat, wasn't SPLeda. I think in my own personal Nyaleda, Gilneben in 1991. Because 1991 ni bene, Gabail Duncan in Nokia, Taban Intamap Tasir, Lan Ibal was Shukar Ultimum Piedin Imap Tasir. Genene Amal Mishkila, or one Balgin Kafoita, I believe, Zamandak. For 1991 at the same time, Lanyakan Zamandak Nangma Adube Graguma a commander. And then Yen Vito Zao, Lenulkada. Because this available Nazam yin kani it Nankumaterga, Jatanan won the Sangetan Map. Wa Zamanda, Tamar and the Bene King Mahani won. Gunnan Wenna, wa Malumat ma Izulum Tan, that I can become my sim wala my some Southern Sudan independent movement and the Riyak Mashar. Okay? Kazalik my Udik Maginang Monifi Nasir, me can come again Ke nga jog no jol ko non ko mishkila amal muamarat garang ek malumat na sistiban dol ne ken nas tanin shufta fa ke gni gizat when uzmu daljima in dak gengesh kamba they think Sim is still alive but Sim already dead until on denin gambela zat ono lefi ina denin gambela they still in dark Sim the balal is alive and they have to fight for Sim then again ke mishkila فسيم already dead وعشان يباكي وجود سياسي نو تبابا سيم باون وما حدا نون سيمبا وجن بعض بنتي وبنجي هنا في صوت من ما لسه ماسكين سيمبا لا جنا يتشن اختلاف انك مبان يمدا جرس بعض برام تجولنين ما نبيك ودك عشان يود جولا ايه مدام كان ود يوم يعمو تنبا وجود بتاعنا في جول ادوت جول ناصر وتوريد لما نونغ تمر كان بان طبعا كتير اتي مخانيني بنا اكن ونات كماغنيني وون كانوا باو او ما كان جين اكن ذات نوت كما با وجنين اكن مشكله مع سبيل مين ستريم يعني الروتا بتاع اكن نازلان اكن ده كان يوم الليل كان ما بيكون بطريقه ده شفتها ده دور لانه يوم اون تشونني we were 12 people me موسى مالك غارر واحد برتا محمد امده Joseph Tuka, John Didi, we were 12 of us. That was the bat sukudum tawali. Go kumailekte asan maluk chunduban ban. Wa ana tamanga jumba ku tawali. Mena musa da. Achine kida. Wa maluk jolun tochina menne egarang jolun tochina ekta lanya ulka yung ngeda ya. Ya ek jolun tochina mungkin ngeda gina musa ek mena ngejibo. Muchol ngok na yes tam musa ng taya gok na gay lang yul ko din kay gnon ngeje yan men agda mo at fin chupta pa ego e ya wurganin ben to Cairo garang non na wurganin ben to Cairo I still kay maban ge balgin ya banj ek no oda you will find them there the garang ya ga communicating with us zaman da kishudo look ana bitkallam fi wujud wala go ha igin ba wujud da ajam gon awarabo we have a president tamaman fagi president bas yaay tong na ma wen nga yaani gene ko ak dan at the same time on jolnan ito ci warate ke kanibal ke wen na ihinang ma bulul na bada please you are wrong this notion of ihin kan magok tag iman bulul na jolon nang yubida please calm yourself down because history trace you back 100 years or so even this American you see here they go to Irish they go to Britain. This is history. You can't deny your past. Igin the chukudum nangkit mada paganek no magadin zamandag wali bitag alenil kan kwal manyang. Okay? Hena ginanangama ag chuti malen odi malik. Chup dagarang anong genen. You hear you saying in England julubin kef. Ugarang ya mena mu tarir go ka kemban odi siyan. Yani ita der tugul shuni yan. Mana ina ignot kuma eki mana agsiali yan. Ano kaman mordo matensa. Magabalang pum bombay kamo. Igin ya pum bom. Igin ya nyal nikina. Lakin kina bas بختلف. Ma kina nangtan bartana. Watawid na nungtan ek ginutolan kina ladi tuke di yung dangig ba. Lakin it is the same concept. Culturally you are not connected with makangnin. Culturally you will not survive. Balba kacha diyaren kacha ko toranda. Kan mo ko amda may la de kanda undam pare. Otherwise, 12 months again. Shufta. For Ashankida, you will not benefit anything. Trust me. Imun kiyuk tagi ek buwakate administrative area, they don't care about you. Imun kinyo the eken any level you can be an SPLM IO. It's not up to React to decide whatever because can ignoring a interest. It is not up to React. It is not up to Kir. Ignoring a baleg what when interest anor kagabila first. Musi. Imung waraga Jibril itamung tukun kong o tukun muno like that's not enough. Still iyanorbo. Still idingumbo. So gina fodan acheneti inka Mabaan gina mong no nache pizamaningo nene. Yes. Ikmung can take them out. Like we have to do this. What we are doing, what we are sending here, we are sending two things. Imbuang kengban, Shabab umru saerda, ngetanek nunu jinbala banj ban Mabaan. Even if we have to teach our kids. In the children money, ما بجيب لنا اي حاجه الا ما دام ما يجي مبان جنن شغل فوق. فانا عشان ما نطول الاحاديث بنفس اللاين on بين لادني في ديما on كمان مونن برديات مونن on myself وناتني ياكي واحد برت مبيك جرجا نيجيك سايمون ده حتى ياك مبيك نورني نيجيك في هنا ده طبعا كلهم بنتكلم جنگ نورنا شويه شفتها. فبقينا نتكلم مع نورن في ديما هناك ده هو 96 اوكي. فهنا we were actually trying to engage in odum ban kunu da ma loktanji lan gena e nonen when it can be fajr ban war na poda ba magga mumkin wikiya we ko go nak di yekar ka baw. That was our worry na mo bayin shifta. Fahina ma igin ma wen ma ci lakbada ya nasta lakbada zaman dak fi zil dak norni ge chipi panyu do na mong nun panyu do kimiyat wa dingi zat ge balek korkin chue shifta. Fama paadin inno spell lan norn de var gen ngi jeg nino wah garang ne yang me pele. They don't want to associate anything norn banyi sa bo ngek je spell bo lakin ikin ya gin mung ogon on ben denen lat banyi wa bad ma jamna ya bus sar 17 I believe as king ban ma ben dan we are actually knowing in genga with banyi ya nehana we delegate musani ya wota ننقل تمن جنن موسى عادي عشان كده تمرد بتاع ما خلنا في إيسترن بان was actually facilitated ومن قطون بعض. لكن ما نجلك أكملين ده كلها مخالفة. هون ذات بقى من وانتي زي كوكن ده نونغن advice يا جماعة the moment you have to be southern by the shore in any mistakes you will cause war. You will not the war. I am talking alive today. Thank God I'm still alive. You will not go on market kay chawi. Makachi inti southern by the shore the weekend kay. The moment I got to the point, this thing will cause any an idiot. Why I'm giving you this? Because my maga can get kengban manung participant with the harka get Diana Hena. That's why I'm bringing this thing up. But ikin asan chotum po ya is very important. You can disagree with on I support her. We'll never change anything. Ben when mus ben hizba ben when kanban and this thing SPLM will not be against it. If it is against it, I will okay, that can Mabaan as well. I don't care about that. That can Mabaan. I want you to do the same thing because Kenya Ganiki. Choding Chimpogo, Mabi ending one number to Junobi. What Choding Chimpogo, Mabi ending against anybody. No. Ignonguma liberations, they make lungin, Ingbal Kalanya Ulka, Ingbal Kalanya Chuanya. وناس كتير وراهم كان بان تنبل كان قريب 4 خطايف في كتير مبان عندك ناس انضموا في ايجل في جيك مرمر وعندك هنا كتيب سكين بيورلي كان بان اوكي ده عشان انت نين لملوك انه ما يمن جو ما تشوف نفسك ضعيف. No we did participate in the movement but is that enough? It's not enough. Who is doing this? We have to collect ourselves and sit together كمبان Genim Buagina. Igina Simonin then Nimbo administrative area. Please. Ekamaban Mahabal Giwen. Igin Magat Ben and Dwangan. Ending Kegel. If we can divide ourselves into 3 categories. Categories with the on the Jibril Lekinda, Ben the Ban, Molnigin, Wangajon. Lakin Mabukunin the Talim the categories in the Matalata. Imene Ben when Jit when Umur Soer at work. Why can you help us? Why can you help our people? Why can you help our people? Okay? Why can't you do something? Saying when the same problem you been when. Why can you help us if we are struggling? You can see your colleagues getting dinky, getting normal, they are active. You can see them discussing more complicated issues in Southern Sudan and yet they never been there. Why? Because not come even man, this is pale and the assessment. We need to assess ourselves. Because I really thank you, Philemon and Brother Marco, for this wonderful thing you have said. Yeah. Mabaan Igin Nang Philemon or Nang John non the MPs with a great Mabaan. And the way they did it, the same thing, the same call. The same call and they did it because Ekin are leaders the Mabaan. And they know the feeling, the atmosphere behind go away. Mabaan all in one in all ek nerve. I think all in abmo. Naptamage. Like imenabal all kui no gana ganada meskila lan all can maluri. Mena all our ek all nang the banji pod ultimate chungun man diakan. Ethan chungun man chungon. Badak Ethan ultimate nun juman nun kinan nun wak. Idu egg poemo. So on when pitching all in on pushing in lead all in go in acting administrative area for you to understand simple things. Again yawa again pelungunba again marko. Like you have to understand all in all what do we need behind this? We need a lot of things. Imbuang wang ni chungon lan chodene can die in the gate. It will create Mabaan mushkil. As in go ne ya ni shufta tingal inno. And I don't want anybody to blame. We need to stop blaming ourselves. The more important thing we need to, because these leaders can get only. How are you going to effect the change? How I'm going to effect the change is the kind leadership structure again in Mabaan. I am going to change Mabaan again. So what? But in the another you can team poko will be eligible to debate issues that will bring Mabaan together. Because gini yimin ban, gini akash Mabaan, gini kasheng Mabaan. Lakin ini chinin da mumwen aga muchiel bas yung mukulena gini yung buwan na is mafujuba ultimachi mijirimin balanilwa. Lan ma bidukunas inda ke norne mus norne wonda kaman asantarfu lana norne Mabaan pi norne Mabaan ngudutu yomen bela da masakin. Mindum haja illa bad ma dag gushub bigang muslim o mang gabn okay nor nin tabanin lakin nor amlin mishkila nor nasir wa shulum fi melkan and now talim gudurlela bukra you can't even compete with them ashan gida the only way in code murdak tmani ne igin code mbara wo chotum po wo dink bita malud wala dink mene amlin jota يا أخي درت مانك نك تشوتبون كان بوه حاكم نفوذ للنفوذهم زي ما عملوا لنا يوم ده خلاص خلي تشوت يعني وين تشوتم بوه ونحن ممكن نلقى support a lot of support زي ما قوانغ ماركو ينبالك حدود نياو ينبالك حدود كيف ينبالك حدود ماركو بان مبان only the بيلاد في كل كال ودلات بدورة إن دورة ودلات بتونكن هناك ده نن مبان وده تونكن ينبالك حدود بان قال نن برات مع بيج هنا ده ينبالك حدود بان قال. It's just a matter of Tony point mustaqbal le giro. Kan totana you already balk hudud hena ma gal. Wa igin hudud igin da hudud كويس مفتوح في Sudan. Balk palatan beya mind the mishkil. There is no animosity between us and the northerners. Igin wala kurindeg menga wala igin menga. We are the lucky people. Balk hudud bidani na muftuwa wa nas bijuna. Chudu barawan chudu ban Mabaan pare. Bisalama lindum da baraw tanmi. خليك من إكن كان جنيجم بوان بس إن إدارة يا أوتومات نود كان يمكن إن administrative area سلام لبربان براو ده تنبي سلام إيجنا we can trade people he can go on the this fighting tribe we welcome you كان بينه أستاذ مدرس أو ده علم لنا كيف هم ندو جروس كان بين إدارة ده تقول له يا مجلس ده أمشي يشتغل هناك لأن الجنوب ده برضه في الظل بتاع ده ممكن هنا نعمله. So Anna begib minena, thank you, Brother Phil, Marco, for this very, very selective word you have said it. And this is what we the leaders of tomorrow, we should change the narrative between the king and Ejima. Mawo the ma including Kawajan Eklang Juang making. The only difference is not even born. I can Kawaja Babu are different. The only difference they organize their life. They always focus on what they want to do. That's all different. But as any kala legal balkin after making no. Mabaan gabal banjina we can do min kawain chinin. The only thing you can see them because nomni organization. If you see organization nomni organization village, wallahi they are very creative. They can numdu tayarat numdu wag hektar. Is the kan mat banji jib wag bas. Ujol the poltuatan keda aga apoy sharta kida yod wala warmang ba madaw sunu the civil engineering you have it there. Coba paana begin min hena pa sukran natalne Marco wa madgabal si inyo. Thank you.
Gabriel, fortunately يمكن تجاب وان يواكندا اللي يمكن يعني personally يمكن تني مد جيك ما كبين نيني فإك ما قبل شيء يتينيو جنّا يتابن link ياونين نيني يعني كان يبوك كويا فلينك ده يعني نيوكينيو يدي يمكن أودي يا ودي يمكنين شوريات وانا link واني أودي يمكن تعطي بلد تاعي ويكان بالك contribution يمكن نانغي دي يمكن نانغ لأنه جنّا طبعا يمكن بوكن يعني كما بالكن تعط أو ما بالكن suggestions دي يمكن أودي بل بجاه يمكن يعني ما قد يم emphasis on شو دي يمكن why we doing this فجينغ تامبالا يعني يايبا it's not a crime for us to start talking asking and also you know يعني reclaiming فوقنا دي يمكن أنك نيجن تبويا دي يمكن لأنه قوانغ جبريل I think in 2010 يتامبال بانجي لما دي يمكن 2004 يبرد بالف بوش for when peace agreement is about to be signed فكينغ طبعا عمل جاذبيه لانه زمان ده كان ببلا مرشال في 2004 ايه ما في رومبيك I believe طبعا زمان كان في training بتاع انه you know ideas بتاع from war to peace and إيه طبعا is the only كان بان ايه ما ده يمكن عشان جنوب اللال ده انه how you can transform from war to peace and نانجيك and he also يعني lecture people about you know the public administration you know يعني from military life into the public life فوقنا طبعا نانجا ببلا okay even طبعا in the capability but what you know making us يعني bulking disadvantage because we are not collectively putting our thoughts together يعني tribal country like South Sudan طبعا بقين وقت بلتنا شيلو you know لأن ده جن من جنا بلا فإيجن I think إكماغد دي يمكن بالكن questions you know لأن these are you know the shared ideas that we need to talk about it ككين بان how can we move from here how can we define the destiny that we want as a king ban fa iza ignong nong ba us gom ni yatum ba igot non to ba fa ekmaga balkantat link yani nyalda you have to go you know bed uncle leader so if this idea move forward nan li tan beto chag ek on mien to ba lan ing balkan lo kanene ag ek on mien to ba you know the ignore the balkan you know technology that we can come together and discuss our issues then in democracy if we don't discuss then we cannot go anywhere فده يمكن جن من جنا إن يبال كتاب نادو هتربا يبرد يوكي نادو هتربا بيد challenge the idea in that way يمكن بالتو شنو we create the environment of understanding so that when we do things based on what we agreed فده يمكن جن من جنا يعني يبغى وقت نيني participation between فرق طبعا جبري already the emphasis on it وبرضه تاريخ يعني تاريخ طبعا is very important you know طبعا يجي طبعا يجن نيجون ديدن بوقتين إن ينتين برتما يجن من صدم بولن نايلبا لكن يا طبعا I will post it here ورجع طبعا كي كير نكن towards the إيه لوكا بيان في 2010 not 2010 2005 يعني after I think 2005 2009 ورجع طبعا بلوين فكير طبعا كتب ورجع ل you know ل Douglas Johnson in to determine international borders and one of the international borders هو Mabaan لكن مين طبعا نقول جوالنا بلان نمان ما نونك peace agreement نقبل مين ونبا فورجنا نمان الله فو إك ما قد يمكن يعني ريبت بالي institute في كينيا نيجا you Google and then document work بالي هناك including borders international borders بتاعيكم بتاع Mabaan حتى مشكلة بتاع جامبيلا نمان list out you know the minute the second نمان بينو في السودان agreed مع السودان even balgna part of it and da birajana inno all tama mabana ge tayara active gambela I think all go home for that is the historical backgrounds bitaken for even we cannot deny or we are not going anywhere from South Sudan but we need to know where we came from so that we can be able to know where we are heading you know for da yumkin muskabalnen fa yadi da yumkin fursanen winga ek magade da yumkin ek Simon and then ek I think Stephen Bord Balawenne and إيه نيلسون ياسين برضو بلا ونه. I think initiative ده بيجي طبعا we need to talk and ممكن يجي جاي موتن, and then if you disagree and also if you want to contribute ideas how we move forward in that way ممكن يجي ندلت into the يمكن we can save time and also it's not a first time, it will be the beginning of how we can campaign لأن يجي نتموك the campaign, and when we campaign we have to make sure all of us at the same page. And what we are left to do now is to formulate documents. We need to write the documents and to show that in Igbo administrative area. But in that way, we can present our case, connection with our people, Banji, our political leaders, and then we can, collaborate with our civil society in order for us to send a very strong message, like Kumajinu. Jibril, we are sending two messages. Message number one, all the parties will check themselves to key positions. Secondly, call it will generate some discussion within the Kegin Alanil. And in that way, in power, we can send, our disappointment in why we want to be alone in this time. For Dayumkin, I think Genene Makabala Siyasin on the platform to make sure that they can make argument. Father Yum Simon, you welcome, and you can say your word and suggestions, and if you have a question too, for Yum and Bad Mumkin Stephen, what do you want about Simon Yumkin?
Okay. Yeah, my question is I was able to join the debate, our discussion today. Mumkin panelists of Bal Kenya were talking last Friday night. Today my first day back in policy country Kenya. There was a lot of problems with internet. I'm gonna have to put that sometime, like if you try to connect, it's not easy. وبرضه زمن برضه مختلف شوية. Thank you all. ما هو واحدة. يبقى بالك جينا نقول نقول كنا but what I want to add to topic nini ya agniya tad nyama hal this policy or this debate hal ikin kamashi bar diaspora an kabuwa kan go to galne further wala ikin board we need to engage mahabala banji kana siyasin or civil administration mahabala ban kabala fi juba kabala fi wilaya asan kun ikin man go in wahda on the same page whether we agree or disagree. Uncle Gant wale about culture, about reservation to Topinini for many reasons. Reservation maybe a personal opinion. Lakin برضه you are saying يعني it's not bad to discuss about any political issues or a problem that we have in South Sudan or Mabaan. Our ممكن Topinini is a big topic. It's not like a simple topic, but this is not the first time mungkin some of us have talked about it. عشان يكون في self administration our state كما بان فوزوا وبرضه the logic behind it because even you are in في ظلم this goes back to the same as South Sudan itself. And South Sudan, why we fought so hard to break away from Sudan, or why Sudan broke away from Egypt, and the same sequence برضه بالنسبة ممكن يكون في كان قبائل من السودان أو يعني مبان بالذات. My reservation the logic behind it is because in بالك الظلم بالك في الولاية يمكن مظلومين كثير the facts are there حقيقة بالك لكن the solution will not be breaking away, and from Upper Nile it's breaking away self administration of our own state. To me it's not the solution. It's still challenging at Mabaan self administrative area. If we didn't solve the problem that we have in South Sudan, which is the governance problems, and it's still like being listening there. We're not listening there. Listening there, even if we try to say, look, okay, it can be two things here, but they will be under our control. The question is, which government are we going to operate in? ما أكون حكومة السودان الواحد يبغى break away from أو ينبغي نكون ينفذ ولكن أنتم ضمننا الشمال. Questioning these are political questions, and برضو to do the filtering بالجنين ممكن الوقت نكني يقون الجاك لكن to get into the point أو to implement it أو to go through as an in outcomes يعني إيه ما بان واحدة ما خبره ما خبانجي يبقى كجلا مشيالة با يمكن أكيد أنك واحدة وأكل إنغوتي إهبلا جلا سامين وقت يمكن مثلا نجيب بيوم دبا because we don't know how to unite our front or we don't know how to confront common enemy or common issues together. Yani li ding jog wak ni support ni back ngwang ni yom da get phone ni da sin go ni. Ni just become an history. Ekan uton gwak ten tal fin wurun titin gwak ni gwang as a history then well no one will follow through. Anka my reservation is many, but one of them is yani you are the solution to the South Sudan problem is not breaking into tribal lines, but now the Salva Kiir and مشكلة الجنوب مشكلة الجنوب the same problem with the Sudan. مشكلة أخوهم في السودان جابوا مشاكل ما يتحل لغاية هسه. مشكلة الجنوب السودان برضه the same. مشكلة أخوهم في جوبا برضه شيء بيجيب مشاكل. إيه واحد إيه قبيلة ده بوغنا إيه شوي كفارة. لكن that is not the solution. It will weaken us more and even يعني بنجي أتنشين فوق قبيلة معين فوق بنجينا بسولف هنا يعني will create more problems and our country will be more weaker. يعني South Sudan will be more weaker because يقبل integration مع بعض بقى يقبل يعني بلجأ إنشوت ممكن intermarriage أو build one country with one identity بلا I know that يقبل يعني grievances بلا Mabaan إنه مظلومين واحد كتير لكن الظلم برضه واحد بلا أوتنين واحد فوق أوكي هذا ما واحدة بين مع بعض Mabaan بلك واحدة بقى جل شيء لقى بلا مهما كان أسنجون الجيب وده لكن لما the action today to go and act upon what we discussed يعني ممكن will be divided ويبقى ممكن أنا بشوف ممكن I can see يعني بنجيب إنه the point that you guys are raising and even مثال administration عشان نقدر ممكن يعني we can like develop our county أو our state أو our self administrative area لكن to me I don't think it will work well because يعني the problem is the central government ما بس instead بقى. The problem in South Sudan the same as the definition to Sudan was the central government in Khartoum, which was a problem and which is the problem today. There is no mechanism of how to address the common problem to Sudan or to South Sudan today. With lack of governance, the bat وبلا جنتي الجولنا كيومني كأي جنوب باعي مهما كان الوقت إنه قبيلة متبرشوا أنتوا فر ولا أرتقون أو دودي يعني will not help us to come forward for any meaningful development in South Sudan. Well, resources will be wasted. As long as we are weak, our resources can be utilized by anyone. These are the my reservation to myself, based on what I think to be like, a problem with South Sudan and a solution to South Sudan problem. يعني أغلى تنجيكن instead أغلى لاين 20 or 30 با no ولا 30 or 20 با it's based on بالجوار سيئين بالك ولا بالجوار جنوب لقد هسه حكومة السلفة لقد نار ليلة there has never been any policy of how to run a country. Due to the lack of policy to run the country, we will not have a good governance. وجاك بين واحد ليش مشاغلات بتدور في جنوب السودان على قبائل نو ده due to lack of policy. as a result of lack of policy يعني جنوب ولا يوم دبا جنوب بين شو على بقى تاريخ ما بانت ولا نورد ولا دينك ذات إنك دينك واحد برضه ما مستفيدين ولا نور وان ده مستفيدين بقى ما خي بالله بس مستفيد وحنا دياهم بدنا ديهم ديون أنك ده إذا كان يكسل تنديرن you can just utilize them for your personal benefit. ما هو community ولا أنت member of family they will never gain anything. وإيه Mabaan يعني zulum bala يعني نسمين bala لكن برضه بيجو إكن bala نفسي واقف فوق أوكي إكن لون تحكم الجنوبي يمكن بالك ولا influence قلبه ولما بيدا دينه تشوت في جيب وقت اليوم في نسألين ممكن confront كان ما بلا في يعني high level تا government يمكن برضه جالين على السيالة بقى أكتر جيش كانون موتني وموتني بلا تبعت ولسه من بلا من يمون simple because يعني I believe in بالك lack of nationalism يعني tribalism كان بلا نفوز يجي تقول بقى بدين كشيء كان بالك tribalism بلا tribalist بلا ما كقول بس أنا قلت القبائل لكن أرتوغيكن بلا ما هو تقول لا مشكلة بلا مشكلة إيه واحد بجون قرن أو مشكلة إيه واحد لا هنا مشكلة إيه واحد لا يشوتين قطن وإلتو لكن لو كان يمكن شيء الجوها يبس بوق مشكلة بارغزال يبس بوق مشكلة أبا نايل يبس بوق مشكلة إكواتوريا لكن ده الجوانب ودمنه كان قاعد جيش ولا دوامة ولاية ولا ما والي يجوها بس بوق أنتويا ولكن لسه من you are in charge of لكن بلا كان countries بلا you don't want to talk about them لسه منهم يعني بيجيك في ولاية أنك يا نقول topic نين it's a good topic it's a good discussion but to achieve our administrative area but within this political environment is not attainable. None of the peace agreement that has been signed already Mabaan has been omitted. And this omission is not only from this peace agreement that was signed in 2018. No, 2005, the peace agreement we were omitted. We didn't participate. 2005, 15, Shwalanda, Shwalanda, for the Mabaan Balka Musharka again, but we have been omitted. Our opinion was not presented. مشاكل بلا يورت نيجي مشاكل إدارة بن مبان ولا في جنوب السودان في الولاية none of us has ever given any voice كحكومة الولاية ولا حكومة الجنوب و only I don't think حتى لو يجوا طلبنا ليف كان يبغى تمونتم administrative area يعني طبعا of course the government has liars يعني في state government وفي national government who should be our target هل يبغى نقطة ما ولاية ما هو وقت ما أجن وما ما عندهم إيه يعني بلكن أنا بلجيكن بيحكم في ولاية قال بلبا أو national government هو ذات national government يعني نفس الدين كوقت نيني في ولاية نيني ممكن في national government نفس النورم وقت نيجي في ولاية نيني ممكن في national government which means that even if we try to get the self administrated في ولاية كان يقول يرتم باو مش أوتم هواي أنك بالجوارسيا that has not أوتم هواي إن بوك جاني ياو كان إما يبوك ناقي second county به هو مارك جبال أنا county ولا كنا جينا county كوين برا من زمن تا يعني بشير زمن تا السودان ما واحد والجنوب وين برا لكن new counties in وين كم ما جولنا كان جينا جول ما بان تأتي because it is achievable or it's our right to demand for it because even book يعني كون counties زيادة كان ممكن we can see how to manage our affairs. إخاك ما كنا دو نيجوا جينا مشكلة تا حدود مشكلة حدود كمالود بينيكن مالود دين كمالود جينا حدود شيء بالك مشكلة بان أتم جاي وقت سالة administration نيني حدود نيني مشكلة حدود نيني بيمنا يمكن عشان to have a self administrative area because دين كده ما بلا في ولاية ولا بلا في حكومة national government will never allow our people لو ينقوا هنا peaceful mean to get it أنتم بقى إلا كان إن بدنا نكتب مشاكل بين كان بوهم ولا بوهم بقى we have to have both option شون بلا كان ينقوا بوهم حقيقة شون بلا كان يكين يوغن أو جت السياسة بلا بجت السياسة ينقوا كلاج واحد يكون أكتر united وبيدو أقدر شون إن لاج أكتر united كان يمكن ذاته we betray our own self وإخبار قوان جبريل جبال أنا يمكن قال بلا ينتبه جنوب نيل أزرق that was in before 1956 يعني سياسة السودان زمان British يعني يمكن at least maybe 3 stages 1922 to 24 close district of Sudan or South Sudan even we were part of South Sudan مع جنوب الأزرق 1947 Juba Conference we were also part of South Sudan 1956 this is where at least even ممكن جزء من يعني Southern Blue Nile went to South Sudan وجزء منه went to North Sudan لكن بدنا بنده من South Sudan أنك لما بين SPLM to 1993 the drawing of the front line our zones and even we're in between Southern Blue Nile فعلا ممكن يوم في from ورنا ودنا Damazin but Mabaan was in between it was part of Southern Blue Nile the zone like I don't know what zone was it zone 6 or 7 or 5 over the part of it was an Upper Nile like northern Upper Nile
that was June 6 to correct you June 6 yeah
yes so ممكن منه بجبريل جاكن ممكن بالا نيدك برضه بالتفاصيل فانك we have never Mabaan يعني under a British system or under Sudan system since 1956 and even we have never been part of Upper Blue Nile وجاكن برضه أصل كان بني أول ما أول بابا بني أول في 19 I think 70s. Ek kan buagan yani agi Mabaan ultun ma odun Blue Nile ma odugal do zaman go ma Blue Nile that before the British came into Sudan. Zaman tabati. Anke ikin mabala jeg bala go hagi Mabaan won talba itma kurmu. الزمن تاع من برتما اكيدو مش تشواني بسيدو اصلا تشواني في نفس الزمان من برتما تشوان سيدو كان نغو مشكل قال يقول ما كرمو تباتي لكن من انغ بريتش لما بان the introduction system تاع close district in 1924 until 1920 30 something and then ban Juba conference in 1947 Banaban Khan was not under Blue Nile but we were under Upper Nile then British lama ban ek ngok 1956 independent of South of Sudan, ek kan go hagi ban Mabaan, can they point out that Mabaan gal yani culturally, traditionally, wa especially ek gal mata tababunyba, they've never been Islamized. Again, if you can briefly go like if you gal taba Shemal ba, ayin taba Junub. Then traditionally ikin kana bunya bala, wahan da bala bagbartan ba, ikin bala kaba punyba. Makani gal they've been Islamized, wa ek gal ang bunyugri yani especially like if Mabaan we have never we made that again open gal Jamalba illa ikin dumma junub this was 1970 or 47 Juba conference you can do na ngayon to walk one thing nang ang independent Sudan in 1956 and we were not part of Northern Sudan administration area ba ang kan naman ben 2005 a peace agreement minute tin ban Mabaan bada buin kan go ning na junub ni lazre la gina pagan I believe ek go yan ban Mabaan la in kan at 1956 yeah ban Mabaan bala taba Shimal ba idarata Shimal ba ban Mabaan bala taba idarata junub which mean that kan ek bogde tani open and go to get udunti ban Mabaan bala gi udunti ba instead we are not claiming SPLM is not claiming ban Mabaan instead SPLM is claiming kurmuk again udud bala kurmuk salanon bala shalinya metinar again udud ta Southern Blue Nile ma South Sudan agbala wena musi bala fi ban Mabaan ba wala bala fi yapta ba wala bala fi ulu ba agbala nyamina last this has never been done and has never been clarified buin gitembe ujunubi sile jona ba jolobok ni sala administration ni politically will hurt us more then being the bala ko hina charge nga sa in agin junubumba maka boy opportunity next yani imtiazin ba jegun ek ngo hina agin junubumba agin akin gal agin mata Blue Nile we can go with the we want to go back to all Sudan. Anka jakani na mani often go yalting in the podan, we should not put anyone at risk at any point. Yani yet the theater get but I jakin go on purko, the kingdom often go on we need to analyze or know the history very well. Can Israel grim to Sudan out of Sudan I think. It's an minabala go you can kind a dingle, kind a nor, kind a majuba. I can go to the Queen, but we're gonna go back to the history. Where Israel are gonna jam ba. Jaka hagigabal. Yeah, go on about the 1970s, well, nearly 70 something to 80s before the outbreak of 1990, 86, 83. Bordo buñ awal nimer ma awal bordo. Nimer awal bana banda gal kalli yarjo fi idarata shimal. Ekin be naman check ning dirigin كتير. Nama ma khala there was only left with like the nishal the banishi wa gal biji biyam da san idarata bana ban gal idumu ma shimal. Wakwana Uncle Moon guy, Uncle John lisa highlights. Ekin two of them are ma yagu blako kan balamun king neki. Gira mahan kok la jolgal bala onda. Jolgal bala gi ban ban dumu idara ti shimal ba. And nimer non ketta kan ek bok den yani take some like areas where there is resources. Nya kef ti shimal. Gobal mun tong mun bad mun ba. Da burn ta dar Coral Ahmer. Dan خلاص ماذا خلاص انت مو انت جالس تمكن بس ده ورن كيدو كيام ده اود مقال لكن سبب وجنا ما ذكر ما ميت كبار درين ما بان واخن ده كيوبا من برت ما يعقوب لكن ما ايرب جكنيني يا جوني ببرنا ومون بان برنا يا اخوانا جنيس فيري سيريس بنا بان ما بدون في اداره الشمال بنا بان من زمان بلا اداره على النيل سو اكن جون وين جوني ما مون بان جون وين tamni men barta yagu blak tar bi tayaran ati melkal jegi ki di kay min nor barta di kay lakin ma ba mazakir tarik sana kam bidabt bitabib ba aga yakona buñ bala wax be ban ban ir ñak yani idara ta junub al azra ودي كي توال شو يمخوان ما بزوم مجل هم تاريخ نين ما نيت نين قد كان كوي نيكين دالت إنا من أكتن قول وكمال إنيا ما دكوا بيكن قواق جنيني بعدين أجا مشكلة إيجن إيجن our intention is not to have self-administration but to break away واحتمال maybe the big picture to other people are in work بإدارة الشمال. Anka this we need to understand them. As an goal, we have to have common agreement in Mabaan. Yes, this is the right thing to go for. We have to fight. Can be fighting, physical fighting. We have to fight. Then in work again. What can when in go budan the lead in what to go to agige in the junk now ball on class talte. What you put in again in work na wala o ti work ba. Anka only and I didn't have any clear analysis bad and good like in getting a jabal can pone kan ikin chin je a chiela pone bala. Wuti tarik be work ganin kan ti miss mikin mungkin upon ikin ti. Untuk kunyi mungkin ikin gokten wa ikin mungkin jetin لكن جرين جا إنجليز من أصلا كان ون نمبر نليده إنجليز من تبع حكومة الجنوب يعني إدارة حكومة الجنوب كان ولاية لسه بلا على النيل ولا ولاية يعني بين شو لنا نصلف من مود مجين تأرتو قل إيه قبيلة أنت ما إنجليز من هنا أتبع جنوب يعني أبا نايل أو جنوب الأزرق أنك أوني يعني إكلوجو هات topic we have to discuss about it. We need to know the facts about like the previous history where هبلا جنوب who will be the first people ما ممكن their reaction أو ما will be the first people to come and يعني maybe attack our people. لأن ما قاعد نيجوا أنت بنكواجن إن لونكن if it becomes a serious matter يعني ما بانجي many of them will be the victim. ويقول المسلسان يا بوي ده لكن يعني إلو بوا جنا يا كوني نيجي الفضل وبرضه مذكر بلش يجي لأنه بلا يورسي ممكن in a vulnerable position. You برضه need to alert him. عشان نيده جنا بلاون اللي كان جنا بيني أكون ورني يدل فضل جنا بلاون. بهو جبريل جبال أنا تفهمنا من عسل كيوم بنا كمبلا في إكواتوريا بلا في بارغزال كمبلا في ويسترن أفناي نمن جنور أعلى في 91 يعني جزء منه ماله ده كمان جوال نقدين كنا نقدين كيادك نورنا يادك عشان إيه ما بان بالكن good connection بقى. at that time برضو level تا يمكن تا communication كان قلب بالنا فوضى بعض. أشي يمكن خلاص قدرنا عندنا قدرة at least we can see البيصل في حكومة الجنوب أو في ولاية. If there's anything that we want to do لازم يمكن بالكن connection ما خبانج ما سياسين ولا ما خدوم بانج بيتك يا أخوان جينا بلا زلم بلا نيني يعني I believe there is لكن بقدي لازم يعني نيوتن أول فأول قبل ما يقول ما زلمني بلا بيعمل قوم يعرف بان ممكن in the last يعني 5 to 10 years أنا مرتين يعرف بان في 2011 يعني ما تقدر ممكن يوم في جوبا كيما بان ما كشي وين كان لكن بنت بارغزال جون ميكن أو بينكن تواخده بنت بارغزال لكن بوان تبانجي لكن ده ندوم جنوبني الأزرق نجوا لكان ممكن ما كيما بان يعني لكن الدباد وأساك وكمان كان في جنوبني الأزرق ما في الدمازين جاك ميكن أو ما خلاص دومه عشان جنوب أصلا دون وتبرا كان أو ما بلا ستيشن برنابان يعني من أنت وقتاً كيا أخوانا يمكن يعني this is a very like critical time جنوب هذا مؤتمر لسه من بالكن أيام بوده بنجا إيه نحن دوت جنوب الأزرق جل بالكا political or militarily will never happen لكن ما بلا مظلومين تيجورا كيا ولا وانا تام وقتاً إن شوت نواقع community ونمكن يعني report our committee should be formed to go and represent our concern. لكن أكباد ميك أود باد ورنا باد جوبا وهذا نكدال ده أكبر أود بانجا ما أود قال يدوم جنوبني الأزرق جنوبني الأزرق جن بالبا باو إيه ما بان سريع نوصل دوم جنيك الإثنا أود شو تما مال جامبا ده بيجي تقسيم بلا تبارة تا zone during the war لكن من تون بينا سب تون با يون بان كوين يعني zone تا like جنوبني الأزرق تا ما بان أود قال ينوب ما في جنوبني الأزرق بلا أتنين ما فبا لكن أنت ما إكم جزء منهم ما ممكن يجوبا يوم أتبانجي I spoke with some ممكن نيجا مشاكل إيه بالك مشاكل ما بان فوق إيه بالك مشاكل إيه زلم بالكين دون بال واحد دكتور كان كارنغني يعني في جنوب السودان كان في ولاية ولا في حكومة الوطنية إيه بنلوم حكومة الجنوب برضه إيه واحد نلوم فوق يعني إنكم كورجا باو وإنكم كورجا باو لكن we have to figure out exactly what is the problem الزول ما كتلشينه ولا بلجا إيه نانك أموتي نانك بلا أكتر أكتر دايكين عشان إيه أوتن ممكن منك أو دوام باهي أو منك أوتن إيه تانو لازم دينغو دنيالا ده سمرة إيه kan ing buang otu gok buang wal ma ing laaj otu gok buang wal bin ko otu gok me ala e bog yo cha wal yala ing gok man gok ing tik na ale yag do wal bale daga das ing min ma interesa min ban gelang interesa wal ni simba la kan balon ko ya wuta atta mus wal batar rais jamhuriyya da zat ne li kan ma bala ko hagi tersian bala ma ing laaj we have to raise away and say look I want to leave minang bala gok tagla i ota min ban ba kana werga ba iti wala i gibila sager wala in tama inda iya maluma zat gena gwa gena ba this is the person we have to talk to lakini wa hanka det no bada muslimin we can bayitin ikin ma inda na jola collective effort as aning otin to wa bala in buwa ka gibila yani ikin zat otin mas ma gok ta wahani jat min ga ben ek ba uti ma ha odi min ga odi ngor le nafsi basing masih dia sebenarnya on kena atena toy ke go ha mo ban ba wergal ma ke go ban la ke bala brek ni ko wergal be kan ke be kenu bedin ko nor min bala yorti urun wergal wen ma ek nu support ai kan ngel nen on mo bo mo wergal bal ko wergal ba min eten on gor ikin do no yo tin ko ma in sima dia sebenarnya bal ko je siala ba ma ban je ni siala ba yalla ikin optun go na ikin muslimin teb zulum ben wen adingin kana dingin ma zulum bezlumikin kana nor anor bezlumikin anke in optan gawon kun in arpen bidat this is who we are talking about whether getting just walk me lakin when we make a general statement like walk me to me maybe it's a waste of time and we will never achieve anything wala salab administration atan counter bitana otum berbe wala jag wujud wala nyal atam ekmet wurgan kin yom dagda there has never been follow up tun to on bound on we can government nothing will happen because we are not focused on what we want to achieve فاگر jag janene I know that mumkin يعني اكمل كبالك reservation يعني مش سنه يوكل سالب administration بل لكن ورسه ما بيساعد يعني in general picture تاع South Sudan بقى لما كنا قولوا تاع جنوب السودان على دولة قوي ويه واحد شوف نشيل قنت نشيل واحد كان دينغ ولا نور يعني دينك إنبوان تجينغ بقى ولا نور إنبوان تجينغ بقى كان تشوني كنا تشوني كان وقت ورقة بلا إكن تو إنجليز منون إكن قنتين كان إكن إفضل إكن فقط ورقة in part work din kita pertinihin beljiding nak dia memang nurture ratio ma bali sebab kan PSD ma bali sebenarnya agak dekater mungkin yang agak kapasin takaran agak gengel gena bala mungkin bala fi yani alam binang sama dan ikna besar zai besar and we don't lack anything kana win bal kana census bal kan census kana yin bal kan yin genga bal gena wala yuarse ikin bon tinjin asan yak do ngata juru Sudan baba ikin sebenarnya if we want it we will one of us we tomorrow mungkin ada dua tajurub kan usah memulaka ma zaman ini bahkan you know kings one day one can be a king too but it has to be a desire for us all of us agak manusia an ko ngajja ya jox je ketir wa ngeja taban ya jekane dinga bal ki gini ya gina jay tanka this is the point number 1 I want to address the point number 2 I talk randomly but you know if there is any argumentative or submission, I will have my submission and I have reservation. My reservation is this and that. ويوتون thank you very much. وممكن مثل مثل ما حجين قلنا من أجين و إنسان in a civilized manner. حتى يوه وتجول من يعني you don't have to attack a person but attack idea. Idea worked in the wrong down you have to attack not a personal thing but you know opinion perception can be different as well. Thank you very much وشكرا لأولنا وواقع ممكن يوتون.
Okay. Mark, mumkin. Yeah. Simon, thank you so much for your, your contributions and as well your, reservation. Tabanangi wana. Wa dito yumkin Mark, mumkin Balk, mumkin kungi. Ek yung biyong ek makatid yung manay. Wait until na dito yumkin bada mumkin I will give you that chance mumkin minga be contribute. But Marco, you can go ahead and if you have yumkin and respond and then you can put one to makatanin yan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kilamun. Thank you, Simon. Welcome back to Australia. And yeah, go watching to just go and work your contribution and your reservation on this topic. Yeah, go egg I don't know whether it's there. But yeah, basically, job work yang dia kan, wah, yani taban yum ngudini is
ekbala.
ya yum ngudini is totally taban fi mahallo. That's why we host this show. Ankasandar, even better with the Genen is still an initiative. Whereas yin bala with the Bekungwa inene, this is what we are looking for. Like I'm yellen, while the bed attacking the person who brought the initiative will not help you as well. Thank you for your contribution and also your reservation based on a narrative kumbaradankin you are nitabon. But I just want to start answering yem kumbage guangi bishekil yani asila wa itabongo gagi min bangel engati to chinaka san buang yo ta governor bo. But when I was talking, I brought example bita menen bita setera. That was in 1997 or 98, somewhere there. When the chance, whether it was a chance or it was a gena, Setera was a very strong candidate. Menga tan balaba. Gena ekan kaya beya. Aga governor bita Upper Nile wakawana tazaman yan Jaffa Islamiyah. That was in 1997 or 98. Wakaning balkan Khartoum. Setera end up in yani fi Andoa. Andoa bartama yani ando yot poi bita sare poi di fi nada safa zelat ma ikana de kanisa bita kanisa Khartoum al mahalli في نمرة اثنين ده برتما مستشفى خرطوم التعليمية. Setera end up there. Why? Because of that position bita inno ekan bugan running aga governor, but because of wahabala yuartin ikin waltin kwaktan achenene lel number guanga ka this is a systematic discrimination done to us by bag min gabail fi nada fi Upper Nile. Fa jolla go hagi min ban gi yoj ngati non bita governor bada. If I'm wrong, you can go back bordu yumkin to chamage makabala chon yom la fi Khartoum ek bordi note it. But I'm very sure say tera yochin fi 1997 or 1998. Jole bita min ban gel mumkin yot aga minni aga president. Fa it is a process. Kan ingo hana in balkin democratic system fi Junub Sudan. Fa system bitana yani I don't think in no njibala ba system bita United States ba. I think system bita Canada and Australia is very similar. For you to be a candidate of the prime minister or what you call the leadership ekatagan, you must be a leader of the party, one of the leader of the national party, so that you can be able to be a candidate of the prime minister. But في جنوب طبعا هسه ما في parties. Even you got within parties zatu, Mabaan is not given even yani any other manyalwa kullu. Kan ingo hunan innu ala mustawa the party SPLM ka hizib. Indana ma ada beta SPLM ka hizib min zaman SPLM bada. Magala da ya chi duai juang da. Party bal nangen teken. Asan bukun idanje fi marhala bitabkun agder rais al-hizib so that you can be a candidate of the president of the country. We've been in the parties, but never happened. Each other now for all your life. You will not even get anything. It's not about your participation, paying your dues or participating in ideas or whatever you do. As long as also you can choose, but you when it comes out, as long as Yemen ban, you don't think even about nobody will give you anything. Peter Both, as ang Secretary acting Secretary General da. Ya kama finas agda minnu fi gadin. Lakin sa ekin min minority tribe, they will not get chance. Taking your chance gebo. Chance da ballot certain people, whether ek urkunti wala urkunti ba. you know. For issue with the presence there, it will take time for Mabaan ka angka yumkin yani. Balkan unless also kurkiyo nango ti yum gokun ka ay Mabaan balkan party kung pwede nang kasan we can be a candidate. Lakin the governor we did yani ikin mumkin yani turn and ikin menga yochin yani mish turn ikin menga yochin. Wa da yumkin gena bala yumkin ya buaga inotenen. Fa pochin por the reservation bit e bo hab analysis bala nang i wahanda wa I don't even yani yumkin balta jeg guag ni chengamba lakin wa guang ya nene ta ni yew nene gena eknen wa mun wa balkin zulum guang i parte tugi we participate twangte ya bo do tan anyanya wan ba wala anyanya tu ya bo ba ti joche ti 1983 when SPLA yani started the war Mabaan participate in a big number fi Kataib wa fi yani fi participation total nyaramba tolchin kwes ikin ketin make nangun twang all this lakin ama bena ang gen bita tarbeza amin min bante ati church min tarbeji winte masakos protocol naman was signed amin ban min bale na tarbejan winyite when CPA was given bene naman nangkutu mafin nafasa amin min ban min bale even all peace negotiations amin bana mine was even selected or was appointed ankasan odema peace negotiations even chala kan chota tarbeja ngoy te brena ngoy nak the basic part of WOB even though we will not be a leader of the WOB or the basic members of the WOB amin bana mine we nena ma gathering nena ma yani yuart mabo and this is not a zulum a zulum wala yuart yo as baga zulum I think is a zulum CPA naman ogdama Mabaan ketin make lakin nama genang gen tarbeza we are not there that's why CPA asalat da achenenti some of us we don't know what is it ngesimba what is it unless you dank the leader but on your own way the leader you are a paga on online wala yumkin kan bulk books about ek balawati mumkin paga lakin awareness nang mata okay eke jama ase salam bala baya okay CPA go okay ge bala ba kwes our being as a southern Blue Nile even agma southern Blue Nile back in agn junubin even lo sim for was the junubin fi a conference lo in atim was the junubin na mangort igen ya ngan ni yaw imma inubawi au imma southern Blue Nile benam bala igen da ma bitsa ma junubin bena nikinda abena junubin ba yang junubin ba woni ikin a won junubin ba culture bita ikin similar to culture bita southern Blue Nile ba ikin balkin seven the lugon kwat kuma nyalo as fi south junub kullu all the gabail most of the gabail fi junub nyel kwat nyalo be dalukan ikin balkin sino balkin bom balkin chunkon balkin wahabala nyel ni dankon yan wage men ikin te similar makabal yamkin gabail bala fi southern Blue Nile fa CPA bordo na mo ben go hohe ba jolla guang yamkin kan bala guang pagan I'm not sure lakin CPA go hohe gable ban o referendum to ba southern Blue Nile and Novo Mountain and Abia nang referendum bita ek nyam why yeah why inglakan ikin agin junubin why we are putting ikin ulkin tamas and nang referendum bita na nyamle for that thing also need to be also corrected fa yumkin genabal nen fa jolla go hagi to fogasa go wini kinen initiative go wini kinen a ikin poko fi dias frank go wonte genen wala makabanji bala jiji iki siasin na gadi fi juba fa to answer that Simon taban ya buwa utu dubo dum ya buwa dong utu ba bes buwa dubo te gena ikin na achala dama ichin jolla sa chini hinene dabal ing wan kinta ma gabila wan kinta nor kwes gena wan kinta nor ya jabu u-turn chini achachda we shouldn't been here igin zat wala baltin wet ba igin beman bet nyot na mon bukun fi penyi bala o bo gwang yan penyi nam bada genne bala igin on penyi igin on da doktin gitin ziyada gene igin on te penyi da doktin gitin ziyada wes asan ituk din te jola nen ya naman igin kiyenyin bita condemning the compensation bala nang ma igin te illegal compensation nang ma igin te ya calling for the administrative area was one of the demand lakin kam ning bara and is one of the pending issues we need to do it lo igin beno wa da ciel yan ngeji ni fodan itimon burn an kam ka igin bokten leaders in a fidias for the beth wa da ciel so we could have a unified voice human leaders human meetings fail as an menga bala buang beba until at the end some of us ya mumkin barra wa kan kasan ekin bikin tantan warganen including you for one of the call bita inu demand bita inu Baltan administrative area that was one of the genkan the balajiji wargawan te watan kunna captain barasan Baltan wasn't bita quiz kit ni podan was gwakten podan lan ekteltel second gen bordo one report of 2017 in and go to jeg bita hudud naman fi issues bita hudud ma wana taban was sent chunyu duang ang kasan the gorti jolanen jolne balnin wate one of the pending issue igin buang kan kiti kwes ni martalata bitaw yan in kan buang kie petition the issues at ban bala insecurity governor muhavsi achada should be removed that time wa bala dogen Simon wa ngeji wurga kinyi nikinen if there's no any collaboration au igin lo kan balkan connecting ni siyasin banji be we couldn't even change wurga yam more than some pages malumat ul ningi da on to wete some of malumat we were connected with siyasin banji. I don't want to disclose their names here. We were connected in mat banji ban kurut wana lahad di juba that helped us to write that condemnation letter. So is a kan muskilenu is one of the demand yebga in we have a unified jola wete te jola nen and guang yang nyam henak I don't want to say it but until we reach at that point yem kudo ing tieng tan ti chiasin beta ing te banji where are they in this call hal ekin ing te call nene wala call nene nang ni created by some of the people here there bag mag yem kin pangyan wa to answer you about that genene balat banj la hadwen balat banj la hadwen wais fada yumkin ina ban amatu wa khabala guang yi wa nda te jeg reservation bitai hatta kan ikin ko tumbar act administrative area is not a hal is not a hal fa yumkin ba guang ya na genen is not a crime too at the same time it's not a crime da hak bitana gen kan you are si ati adamungon you cannot just sit quiet like that until you want just bawai dama beji jola nene bi mana miyetagi bulya mena ahead of security ban Mabaan adingon you agreed mena a niaba bita niaba wakile niaba banj adingon you agreed win bita police banj adingon you agreed and so on you agreed te ban bare ye ban yo te ban bare ye ban yo yan non bita police da yan in balki minga yan non bita police bo non ta amno da in balki minga non bita amno bo wala genne bala o hal wala yan ka yumkina galtan buka Mabaan po nan ka yaw weta mo kina wala fi gabail po nge nan geg ase min ban ge bala fi bor a hero genge hena ismana banik ibor de genne da resources bala igin ta dara etan mak kaya ya maka ishida dahab ya maka ishida nyona ya maka ishida we are not even given equal yani revenue bitanyon yan ijinne in dara makane wakane etan resource etan ting be nyawaton inchi wongo gorpo wala waton is because even je ka chialbe and because yumkin we are not ready for as an even bukun Baltan administrative area as I said, it is totally your right to disagree with us. Da nazire bitak. O yako gengat egba. It is good that bara. Well, this is what we are looking for. Kan yaya that your facts is relevant. Wahagwangi wohund is relevant. But let also not undermine Beljimagin bayan. Ta magin that we shouldn't undermine. Ta magin mamum ki you are suffering. And even etin jega jehazatu yani dara makali suffer more. Ma achinenti ma igin musla. America zat be donga kida. Le musla bitaw. Yani lo buñda abu baka igin unang musla igin buwagin. Yenya gena. Ma igin chon buñ for so long. Yenya gen. Ay lo junub bala yewinti lo buñ ko ha kalas ekke kan bulji bala ziyada kan ek dong ne dokte. Yenya gena kan ek bedina musla bitana. Kan musla bala igin buwagda magin chochin podam bala security bitaw duko per de bienken. This is what we are looking for. In national come you and Samajat duko bale, land there is insecurity bany. Insecurity bala. Why in jitin to wahabala ziyada magin dalt in suffering as an best as an igma gathering? That one a dear Nitinen. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution and what you put out there. There you can gonna rai what the but let us talk so that we can end up somewhere. Nanti igmak tung wo ya. Nana bukun aga gen magan irmba. Lakin dara aga gen igin bukun agreed all of us. Tuareh ya ikiyuma. Ay naman kiyit ma bordu naman pagdi yani ya iba pochin bordu san waktin wa tarihin kun wo wa yumkin da jaga nen yan. Shukran.
Yeah. Al-Memging I think is very good that even though it's a discussion, we need to understand and bring also some of the disagreement on the standpoints of what we want to do. But before Yom Kumaga and I think Jolani Olin Yalan Taban, I think some of you are looking at there. I want to read that to correct some of the views on the historical backgrounds. Taban kan you are taking ayatam Olinyal Islay Taban in 1938, it was decided that the southern territories of Kurumuk district in the northern Blue Nile provinces, where the primitive pagan tribes of Mabaan, Uduk, and Koma lived, transferred to authorities of southern Sudan, Upper Nile provinces. The oil fields of Koradar are contained within the area transferred to Upper Nile provinces in 1938, and there might be some attempt to reclaim them. However, there is no indication as yet the authorities of Blue Nile have any intention to what is that? Of disputing the 1953 boundaries delineations. But I think that is one of the things that and that book was written by Douglas Johnson in terms of when Sudan intensified the talks about borders, international borders. And one of the agenda in 2010, in four-window agreement, it was about the Mabaan borders. Lakin pagantam ingchong I obtained that documents. For Anke Igen, we need to have a serious discussion on all these things. When I started, presentation when for the Yumkin, I talked about that, but later on, I can go there. I will make some points on the historical background until 1965 or 1956, when independent. Kan the talks was about what Lanataban, there are sequences of the history. We have to know exactly. And Gering was not wrong in a Kundamal being there. Gering was right because he read it, about us. For Anka Egan, we should not be shy away talking about our historical. Mingabalingin Bert Alanil ba. Lakin, always, when you talk about Banaban Ek Itawal Dr. Kulanai, getting bored in all his videos, Egan Dr. Nagabail Burun. For we need to give ourselves time to study some of why been doing this to us. You see, for I think mumkin really can know. I think I have to give these kids. I mean, I'm not saying
Yeah,
this.
I just wanna, I
Hello,
just
say it.
wanna, I just wanna say something very quick, and then I give it to her.
Yeah, yeah.
Brother
We need
Simon,
to give
thank
them
you.
chance.
Yeah, brother Simon, thank you for cleverly trying to reserve your to make your reservation. That is fantastic. We need you. We need you. We didn't done here on your bayan. Then you go in the history that my brother Abia is disputed and is still a territory of South Sudan. We are not taking ban etin buluna ilba. But igilad nungtun bacharko asan magawenna ingeten. This thing of Mabaan being claimed by Sudan is to benefit the Mabaan Zatu. We are not going nowhere. Lakinda will trigger think something that ingun to mawak katir. Don't be fear of this. We actually want that point to be triggered. And when that mabuang nang trigger in ben the junub na is okay. But you have to know, fee campaign the roll nath campaign is going on now. And fee campaign with Equatoria suppression is going on now. As I speak now with you, children are doing the migration of the Dinkas. As I'm speaking today, in the Dinka migrated into South Sudan. All these Junubin Genga URC for campaign with the Banban administrative area, we don't need to confine ourselves with this, MAGA. It is not about fight. Mamorlo Winguma, is that a fight? No. Ruang Winguma, is that a pure retaliation? Amalo? No. Yeah, I respect your reservation, but let us try to go back to history, because Jolagova Agina Buluna Hilda is not a crime, man. Even failing, we were. Because you can read the history and do application, you will get it exactly the same. Even Ben 20, where did we come from? Even Mabango Maben to John Till, and I doubt even Ben to John to Bayan. For Ashanin and the first Lekachako Nene, we will talk in the Jegma Dunganian. We will then tell them Jegma Dungam getting. And it will be different. This will be a different thing. We can talk more. It is better to go rebuttal. Can you know rebuttal? If we rebuttal ourselves, that means and we're talking in a way that can advance our thinking. But when people refuse to listen just because when you win tender, makwes. Like in your logongi, it sounds like you want to do rebuttal. And it's very, very fantastic. It is okay. You go to Poetani. And very, very, very good, brother. But we are ready to say no nang mabuluna ili. Then even Liena zat ulma fish are series. Liena zat buin para series. Jaga go again in history. Yes, we are Southern Blue Nile in Southern Sudan. By the way, you can bal nyur kay Mabaan for 40 years. Unguma citizenship ragam alwatani unguma Blue Nile. Akum Sudan anu wanin. وماجد ببيقر قبل شهر ولا 3 شهور كان بيتكلم معي انه مفتوح علينا في خرطوم انتم هذا رقم الوطن ليه بوين انت عارف بوين ده بالمناسبه يا سايمون بوين ده they will claim Udisa not only one man but in acting victim news at the same time in Baltimore benefit there because in China they're alienating us, they're reminding us about our history, but we don't bother. Why not? Da bukun lako da mutakana bolu min kegene chon zat lako da bukun tunena ma wewe makineken wewe dej babigir burta ekin trong no ngadi de na fi point when I believe if I'm wrong fa ekin nung gene already being gene balja ikin ang mabuluna elda juwad ma wona bo bunjiri mamaltan san be mo unta buru kambing de jega cep ning no mabana cema ga ngeng mishkila there's no bad as any balna ni yaw yan ikin umtunanga us umtunang lakin for sure gen gabal gening dokten asan ikin ang junubumba no we are really southerners and call for administrative area he is not a call for independent of Mabaan as well. No. That's one thing I want to correct. Asan na ita mage wiki yek da Mabaan bal to sage they are asking for their own country of Mabaan. No. It's not like that. We are simply asking a small unit of administration, and that coincides with the leadership with the Ban Junub, and that coincides the SPLM policy of taking down the people. They did it in Bibor, they did it in Ruang. But the question of Mabaan being a one unit, you have the right in that. You nail it very correctly. And that's why we are talking. Thank you.
Anamar, let me give Stephen Ibale, and then Nelson, give me a patient a little bit. Stephen the Benyamti. Stephen, you can say it in a land tabani. You can say your word, and then the Yamkin Nelson Tawalia.
يا بال يا كيني لا دو حيوان بين يا ممكن أمانة ممكن أود وقت يجني شغل با ياتي لأن الأسف understanding بتاع إيه منجل إيكن لجوهن قبل ممكن إيكن يعني كشوتن بوكو كقبيلة إذا من جوه كيشوت فرق كمنة كقبيلة ممكن ممكن يكون بلا وار ناس بالكثير ده ممكن انا ولا يا طبعا في المال
Stephen,
مارك يا إنكو يا هو هسي يا رجرب كم ينون كان يا أنك واقع يا كوفي جاي
safety is number one. Safety taban is first. Banisini bun kawayan tam safety is first. So if bantabang is no. So why not in ODOT and then mumkin you can talk. Lana taban safety is number one. We don't have to play with the safety.
يا ممكن يا دنجن عشان كان عنده أنك يا جوك لو أبل جلان إيكن قوون كا إيكن ممكن أنتن ما نن إيكن شوتن فوقها أيين با إيكن شونن يكيجن جنوبن وهي دا وارنن أنك إيكن قوون كا ممكن إيكن تمنن إيكن فوقها ممكن إيكن ووك إيكن دا and we should govern ourselves and واق أشل كتير أن منقل ممكن يرلان بالجنين با فني لنا بأيه كنتي لكن بشوف لنا قاعدين مبان ده بخ ممكن بلا فانتن جنوبن ده قد كنتي أو جنوبن واخن ده با أما ممكن بلا بدن من لا بالكن مشكلة يمكن بدن تجاه لنا بخ أجك بتا نن من ممكن إيه بوك عشان إيه شيء أمه ده جنا بلا Angka imin beginning taban igoha ajolaneni bala se juba ngeskin chiachin la de banch anka dala ihu bokten ngeten ma wokunda la igok ngeskin chiachin dala ekken bordo ma ko chiachin dala na ekken jola etna enyba ekken wodgen mengel chuntun dala odla de banch odnamun banyi and choti makadwangan including sabab la ikin chon poka ayen ba itpon ikin da wag mun wax ikin buwakan anka gibelan wag lu mark lanu yan ya naman famtan ya yomjen mark da an bugula an budug huwa 75% je mumkin onek buru je هو منك ويجن or تياثي ممكن بردك يرون هو روبن إيبه robon ma ek sit amen se tera gene wag mun wakalan ihun bu wakan ekin maka mumkin kan nyama waka mumkin ware gene maka ba se tera netin including yinga bordo bornga ek ya Simon Gibel John ibn se ek tete gene maka mumkin yan ikin kun not lanu tarik ekin chon jurubu no oki o ekin julmu ma nanabe da wax mumkin kun bala jolla goki ikin mutun fogo ya 100% ma mumkin ichi kayan wiyite upoy i attab yan da majulum o menelan bala pungi again ekanka yan pangana mumkin oneke a onke a mena a majrum eki pangai ode la unun ikin ma laaj nyaltin in konut again lan ikin da yan Mabaan they will get benefit gene wagman wax mumkin nyaltin ikin ka kegen Mabaan mag bagok Jibril bordo luki weten ikin yan keg Mabaan ikin yonin junubin labu tuang ikin nongun tuang o nihne sinda lan on maga kerhi yan kerhi ma kerhi jikirin mushi no asa gana no lan i nongun tuang bo mon mit ikin da nero omden jeng norto omden no asa gan yan ikin yan we contribute some many ways mushi asan I mind dia haba ilo ketti jikira da no lan ida inongun tuang lo ichuin klan jeng leng jan no ta inongun tuang we should then mumkin inta بأسبوع لكن تكيرن تبن وقت نجي كذا إكل لو بيرج ولا إكل دعنا أشياء لباو يبل كشهادة غير سنو you will die with your شهادة بتاعك ده إكن من بيتي لأن إكن جل إكن ده ديكتنا ديان لو إكن بوكن لواد ده أجا جبنا إكن لأن بيتي جل واحد ده واحد ممكن بلا يعني كيرن ياون جل فره تانغ فره ما إكن ما ممكن كان برضه إكن الشيء ده واحد ممكن ناقص إنت أجيك buah عشان بوكشة عشان وارث جنوبن ده واحد ممكن بلا قول كيرن دوغ and then follow برضه فلاس ما جوبه ده واحد ممكن بلا أنك أنا إكي منقل يعني ورفولا أو وركورت با إنا من يود نيالا وركورت شو تشين نمن جنبيدا عشان يجون هذا يعني كون من الشاب na منقل يمتوا با including tiba برضه بلا في جوبا قال إكن بلتن إنيون إما بانج including maha يعني بلا يعني ممكن تيسبين غارن dala noten gene lani ikin Mabaan buokna o genin lo ben gene fon ikin fon keg nikin fon peche bete ikin ka Mabaan ikin nawun mengel ba ikin mengel lani en pringa weganti gene lan ek odi yan modu modu bala tanga wasa nugda wa oda ka chan pir keg ba no we don't have this da wa mumkin ikin buokn min lo yon akena pare ek buokn ba chan chutni ikin lazim fi ganun ek biterm ganun da وقت من وقت إيجن بوقت مارك لوكي جاك تمام and then جل فرد طبعا قوان إيه سايمن أخونا سايمن قبل For my understanding pang ek pang ikin mumkin ikin chotin inor na siya o dingot ibon la ekin tinong yain ikin te da beji le ya go ma beji le ma mumkin yan I mena mumkin warta man ongote yan yech ma ban nyam noktu mat lin ko baw o ma ban ma indam sot because len I no len I yan mena len mu ida men la imug do mungi I ma indak sot geneneni lo gam fi juba dala ma ikin makabanji including shabab dal ek balten ngejin geneneni gen maban musha aga agen David ba aga gen Andre Mai ba o panga owekenda yan pang yai ba pang pochin o
Yeah. It,
mushkila ikin maban bada ikin
yeah.
ikin totun ta ikin haga mumkin julum da agena mumkin jochin o tawa he been there for some years ikin mingal kany gengal asan buwa no gilana to julum mumkin ang tamar no we don't need it but now is our time ya mumkin ya yoche tawan
Mhm. Yeah. المهم ولا بوتشن ستيفن to contribution بتاعي جاكوان ينتبن for the lano you can when we need to challenge our ideas. You know, it doesn't mean that we can run away from challenges that yumkin bala igma bantuwa. Fajagwang yan hagiga. Gina balabas, you know, coordination taban is very important. And but marataban, you know, uh, even Thomas taban go kage kan yachi yuar njibin kan tabaw ege taban jeje yachi jong nyal bayan. Well, that one is something given. But even lack of one of the thing that disadvantage Maban is lack of discussion, lack of coming to cross-examine their ideas. Well, that's a bigger problem. Ideas is not bad. Anybody can bring ideas, but need to be cross-examined without personalities. For in that way, in the momentum, we can challenge our ideas, and also we can have some curiosity في how we can think إنه تنيم okay فده يمكن جن من جنا ده يم بالنين ف Nelson, it is your time. I think sort of for يمكن تون كتير but I know you are patient for وقنا دي يمكن هو do your contribution, and then later on that يمكن we can challenge this idea, and then this is the beginning طبعا يعني. You welcome.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I want to say thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, I know I have been patient, but I have been listening. I've been listening and observing, some of these ideas, whether it's negative or positive, I observed all of that. Um, but what I wanted to elaborate or wanted to share with you guys, um, I'm not going to go into history or the historical um, about our identity, where we are in our present day. Um, I'm just going to say that we, we, I believe that Maban is a place that is yet um, unidentified, a place that is not discovered by many. As a philosopher, this is what I believe. So, based on the historical that I observed or witnessed, we are saying that part of us is is integrated during the British system, government system, part of us were integrated in the Blue Nile or the northern part of Sudan or even in the southern part of Sudan. So these ideas is very it's ambiguous, and it's coming to the point where it's even confusing us as a Mabaan people. So with that, as a philosopher, I believe in the creation of God and where we are as of now, and where He placed us as of now. So I believe that Mabaan is a very undiscovered place and a very unidentified by many, by worldwide. So with that, um, I think we should believe that our place is undiscovered, and it is our right. It is our right to explicit explain it to the world that this is who we are and this is where we are as Maban people. As a philosopher, this is what I believe. So, uh, like I said, I'm not going to touch base. I'm not going to talk a lot about the historical. That I already known, and as a researcher, I can do research, and later on I can do research and discover more significant materials about our identity and where we are as of now. So I wanted to get back on the topic. So I want to acknowledge to some of your guys' viewpoints. I wanted to acknowledge to Marcos. Yes, I agree that we are peacefully demanding these administrative. Yes, I agree with that 100%. But what I want you to adjust the narrative. This is just a suggestion, and because we are here, we're on the same page, and we are heading to the direction where you know where this thing can we can make it happen. So I want you to adjust the narrative on the perception and the conceptual knowledge of God creation of Mabat identity and the region and the regional land. Because according to your statement previously, you said that if the other tribes of Maban do not believe in us, in our existence in Upper Nile, then we should believe in ourselves. So this is what, if I articulated you correctly, but this is what you kind of mentioned earlier. Yes, we should believe in ourselves that we are created by God, and God uh, put us in Maban. We are created, and He placed us in Maban land. This is the idea that we should conceive. We should know that this is where we belong. So, and then when we go to when we think about our uh, obtaining our administrative, you know, we should rearrange. We should adjust our statement, our proposal. We should demand that we, as a Maban, we are not going anywhere. We are not taking our land anywhere, but rather we will uh, stay in where we are as of now. And this is what I believe. And then my last statement is gonna uh, my last statement is gonna I'm gonna to just basically share about the strategic of the implementation process. So this is what I believe. This is what I can say. Before we can actually make this happen, I think the initiative, our first initiative, we as a Maban people should be on the same page. We should be on the same page about the proposal. So I believe this is my suggestion. I believe we should, send out letters. We should write a letters to all the communities integration, including the youth leadership, women leagues, local governance, such as chiefs, mayors, and also folks in the parliamentation. So this is what I believe. We should send out letters and then wait for their feedback. Have them give us feedback at a certain time. You know, that way we can know whether youth agree that Maban should demand for administrative. Also, the women's. We also have to know if the women's agree that Maban should be an administrative. The same way it has to go with folks in the parliamentation. This is what I believe. We should send out letters and then have them respond. All these associations, whether it's youth leader has to write us, give us a feedback. He has to respond to us by a letter, whether they agree or not. So this is how I believe we can come to a mutual understanding of, of, of the process and where in the direction that we're heading, we're gonna go. So this is what I believe. We should send out letters to all these groups, all these subgroups within the Maban. And when I say that we should be on the same page, because I already know that our brother uh, Daoud is also he's also proposing, he's also demanding, which I agree with him that he should fight it. But I think we all should come to the same page and then fight it together. You know, we don't want multiple channels to direct our message. We want one page, one single page. So I think this is what I believe. You guys should engage Dawood, come to the same page, and that way we can tackle this thing together because it is very important. And then when I think my last suggestion or last feedbacks I want to give to our brother Simon. Um, Simon, we are all here because for a reason. Yes, we can agree or disagree on the basis of our ideas. Yes, I believe that you want us to remain as a unified state within the within Upper Nile. You want us to resign or leave. Among other tribes, which I think that I think you already know. You know the fact, and you know how much we experience the struggle and difficulty our tribe had faced. Yes, I can see that you do not support the topic, the proposal topic of our administrative. Yes, I do not agree with you, but I agree with your opinion or how you articulate, how you explain to us. Um, I see that there's a doubt. There's a doubt that that you believe that there might be a consequences when we ask for our right. According to our brothers, the moon and what are called uh, Lord Lord Corner. I think they have a little bit of knowledge of of how some of the tribe had achieved or had given an administrative areas, based on based on the constitution or based on the agreement of the political parties. I believe that they mentioned this so many times that yes, you know, it is the tribe or the people to demand or ask for their right to obtain a administrative. So I think with that, there's I think there's about two tribes already obtained were given an administration, which is self-governed. With that, I think we should not worry too much about whether there's going to be a a retaliation or there's going to be a war. Yes, the first initiative we're approaching in a peaceful demand. We're approaching in a peaceful demand, and if if we do not achieve through a peaceful demand, we have UN is also is present in our region. So if anything that really concerns us, largely as a tribe or as a people, we should further our case to UNIMIS or United Nations. We should write a letter and say, hey, this is strongly we will address our case, and this is what we're concerned about. We are fighting for our human rights, and this is our concern. Blank, blank, point. You know, I think there's not going to be you know a war. If there's going to be a war, yes, we UN is present within our region. We can call out, and then they will have to deal with that situation. Because in this era, in this nowadays, it's all about friendship and building alliance, right? For example, Ukraine and Russia. Russia is trying to invade Ukraine as we speak. So with that, UN is intervening. UN and NATO is intervening to to prevent future conflict between Russia and what I call in Ukraine. So let's not worry or have doubt about what we want. We had suffered a lot. Our people had suffered a lot. They experienced, they seen the mistreatment, oppression, and the marginalization. These things are clear fact. They're clear fact, and we have evidence. We have enough evidence. Even if we say that we have to stay with these people and as a unified government system, as a Southern Sudan, it's still, like right now we have how many people we have that obtained their bachelors, and it's still we are not recognized. We are not given the respect. It is because lack of self confidence and lack of speaking up, the ability to speak up for your right. I think I respect your view, but this is also what I can see, and this is what I want to share with you. We are here for a reason. I think maybe later on, you might be the one that also would come up with ideas. All we need right now is ideas, good ideas that can move us forward, that can free our people, that can bring in change. You know, this is what I believe. So yes, we should demand for our administrative, but we should also have to take positive initiative. We should approach it in a way that that all of us is agree. All of us should agree. Youth, women league, local governance, and then the federal people that are in the federal level, which is in the parliament. They should also have a voice. They should write a letter. Youth should write a letter back. Women should write a letter. And then we all come to the page. If we all agree, then we will send the pamphlet. We will send the topic proposal to the government. And then we'll wait for the response. So this is what I believe. Thank you guys for the time. And you can give this sense to, I can give this sense to whoever wants to elaborate or Brother Simon if he wants to provide some feedback. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Simon, give me 1 second. For question did يمكن Nelson for your يمكن Yagwangi. Yes, I will give you a chance to speak, Simon. But before that, I want to do some feedback about the ideas that some of you put it out here. The first one is I think is answered by some people about whether we are in coordination with some of our leaders, some of political leaders, civil society, Bangi, in Bangi. Yes, I think the idea when I started the show, I think I made a presentation that this idea was originated by our leaders in Juba. I believe they met with Salva Kiir and demanding that I think they need to stay alone, given the fact of crisis of 2008, 2010, as well 2017, when James Waniga visited the area. That was the demand for Mabaan to stay alone because they fed up with the situation in the borders areas. And the feedback was not given to them. And we know the system in South Sudan. The second thing is the concern about staying alone or breaking away is not going to solve some of the problems that South Sudan involve now. Yes, I agree. I agree. Totally agree with that about confining ourselves in the areas that But the reason we are doing this. Some of us involved in the for 8 years we involved in the national issues, whereby we advocated extensively about the unity of South Sudan, creating a policy that unite the people of South Sudan for the better country. But we don't have to lose sight about South Sudan is a tribal system. Even if somebody comes today, is not going to end tribalism. Uh, and I can give the example. One is in Ethiopia, Nigeria, Kenya, and this tribal system is founded in Africa after the liberation in 1960s. You know, and one of the Nigerian writers said this: if you don't have any your community in your side or your tribes in your side, don't attempt to be a politician in Africa. And that is what some of us, Maban, we've been playing politics without our community, and that is the problems, and we will not get anything. Community like Maban, they deserve to be in the Western democracy, whereby you can demand your things peacefully. But country like South Sudan, I think it is going to be very difficult for our community to get what they want in the stage that we are in now. Uh, Me and Jibril, I think we also rejected when the ruling administrative, demanded for the administrative. When we advocated that they shouldn't, they have to talk about unity of the unity state, and until now they are bearing that in their mind that me and Jibril and some rest of the people we rejected them because we were with Ayub, okay, and politics change because of the grievances that they have in unity state domination like what we are talking now. Now they have their own administrative area and they are not out of unity state. What will happen is only the admin for the purpose of administrative, uh, you know to address the needs that your people want in the confined administrative area. So what we are looking at Maban, we are not taking Maban anywhere, but we are sending a message. One, our grievances, okay, our grievances about what is happening in Upper Nile State, as well in the central government. And the moment if we advocate for this, there is a benefit behind this. One benefit is people start talking about Maban people, why they are not a part of anything in the political system. You see, that will be one of the benefits. And we are not going to get now because anything you can start, either you get it or on the future, the generation that will come, they will accomplish. I think that is what the narrative that we are looking now. The other thing is, I also want to say that, um, you know, in Alanil Taban, yani, Igna Mandatin, some of the problem that we are facing, because not only yani, There are some people that in trying to define us, and that is our target. We are making this. And last time when we debated, I'm getting a lot of messaging from them, and also some of you who are in the Upper Nile Forum. You see how they begin to debate with us about this issue. They know the facts that some of them, they are the reason why Maban are not, fully represented in the state or in the national level. Even Dr. Lamakol himself, he also responded. I think some of you, when I wrote it, that he responded to me that, which means they know the facts, but they don't want to talk. And how long we are going to be silent? You know, Politics is all about situation. Demanding for the right of your people is about situation. You know, so we cannot wait until we unite. Then, but by the way, Taban, unity there is not going to happen. Taban, I want to tell you, land Taban division that you're to Janina with Adam yan. Okay, what the mangot you can Taban Mordwana Erninya because of jealousy. Yagub kept timber to Mord isoti. And this situation started way back. But there is one thing will unite us is the common interest. What is the common interest? For common interest, that's why we are talking about. Like in a unity bay, I don't think so it's going to happen. The other observation also you guys put it here is about Ikinma demanded. I think, some of us wrote a lot of letters. I think one day I have to publish all the things that we demanded as a King Ban, particular Makabala IoT. The first thing we demanded we wrote a letter to the chairman that, our representation is not there. And the first letter was received by him. I don't think so, nothing happened because of King Al Niltaban Balek Warten Katir. Okay. Now, Manubeni Minister of Interior, Deputy Minister of Interior, we also wrote, Yajama on Mabaan, we need to take, we have a capable people. Please give us this chance. That's what we are begging. In the letter, we're begging him. Yajama, on Mabaan, our president in the IO is very heavy. We need this national, position should be taken by Mabaan. On mention, I think one day I will publish all these things. What the chairman responded as in again and Kengborian. You see, again and Kengbor, Mike Mabaan Make Dilade Wilai Maud Wilai, Yalla Mawanda Magenga Wilai. And it's not a joke. I'm not, that's what he responded. Okay, ang nunne again non Kengbor, and Agiga. Non un Kengbor taban. And min Kengbor taba un Kedin Kitaban, And min Kendin Kitaba in Kenkir, Yatong un nor Nekin taban. We cannot be silent. And politics is not a permanent thing in the history of politics. Again, naman Governor Bene, Angan and Ayo, we also wrote that Governor da has to come from the minor tribe. And the warring parties, the fighting tribes, Mabar Jabril fighting tribes in Upper Nile will never bring peace in Upper Nile. Has been neglected also. Again, on Tammuz by thrown into the garbage. Ang mayor, I think you guys, I published when I contested for mayor of, Melekal. What did they done? Nothing. So I'm telling this because we want to know exactly what we've been. Some of us, Taban, we are not publishing what we are doing in politics. That's why, now we need to tell exactly what happened, why they are rejecting us, even Maik Makbal Akumati. For Igin Taban, yes, we need a coordination action. But in that way, did the young but sometimes, when you read the books of how nation being divided or tribes divided within the nation because of the grievances, grow, and then it will create, something else. For the young but demand with the we want to make sure that Ikin booked in demand, Ikin Lazan Aga polite enough. It is an indication they will not give us, but we have to say it and we have to demand it. And then Ignom and demanded will be a document on the future that in Mabaan they tried, but leaders doesn't listen. I think in that way, Ignom Kumbaltan platform, we can argue in different forms. Yes, second county, even we need second county. But is that even we stick on this campaign, then there might be in my own yeah, I mean my own conclusion, there will be either you'll count by Nyalo or a Kumam position in terms of bribes. You know, they will bribe you to silence you. These are two things will happen in the long road if we start, you know, talking about this, campaigning, writing letters. Taman genga nung du budamba. Igma bantam, we don't want to write things. Personal opinion about this, you need to write. Column, you know, you have to do it. Also, you know, yani nun can go of different political platforms. You need to talk about it. But even we are not talking. You know, gabilin kullu, we are not talking, and that is where the problems are. But I think it's good. Yeah, all the ideas is good, and that's what we need. Let's open the platform of talking to each other in this way. That will create the environment of understanding, environment of knowledge, and tolerance within us. Instead of oh, the idea ben filun yatan buhaba kulukul. So ibuhaba cave, bring your idea. Let's put it down on the table. Let's discuss. If something not good, all of us agree, we throw it out. You know, فده يمكن جن من جنبال نيني. فأما جل جوكا yes, I agree that إيه ممكن جل جوكا yeah, we can send letters to all community leaders. You know, I think we have experiences here. جل Simon طبعا ذكر very important. نعم one كنتما we've been begging community leaders that they better because it has a magnitude. When the community leaders will sign this paper, it will have a magnitude in the arena because it is Mabaan speaking, not individuals. For Mengataban, Benba, you know, for some of us better work and we need to write because Giniya Pochimba. And that's where, you know, Brother Marco mentioned Gabel in the Gina in on the name. Is a Gabila one tamawar waranda. What do you think? Atoli Balki, Muskelegia, Muskilan Dalton. Let's unite it for the common interest of our people. But the good thing is, our leaders, particularly some of the leaders in Juba, they stood with us. But we don't want to tell their names. Sometimes when we do things, we don't want to and Balaji Jim can be banji. For I think there is understanding within Kegningacha, and let's try this momentum and build, you know, what is important and the future of our generation. Can even fail, but generation we need to define the way. You know, learn define the way is very important. A leader always shows the way, like John Maxwell Taban Goki. Like if we are not defining the way, then how can be not learn the poya you know, for yes, we can engage some other elements like Eken Dawood Neken. You know, conference Taban Yaiba, I listen to that. Conference is not a bad thing. You know, we can do conference, but let's also think beyond that. If we need to come in consensus that hey, this is what we want to do and let's do in this way. For I really, you know, happy that in work engaged today and and the most important thing is let's talk. Learn a discussion that in any platform where there is a discussion, there will be a solution. You know, Father Yumkin Gilman Gina Yaboga Guag de Nene in reference to Jacob Yumkin Guangeke, and it is very important that Igmum can get Chaltinji, and then also, yes, it's good. You know, in any discussion, there has to be a reservation. A reservation that is not a bad thing. It's somebody telling us, let's position ourselves in my own understanding about when somebody give you, you know, hey, this is the headline. And then we can, all of us together, we can think and build from there. And then Lana idea that the first group, yeah, idea is now breaking to us here. The second group, the Yamkun Makabala Banji, and you know, lastly in Chotum Kake in Makabalisia, if we able to come together and discuss, then from there, you know, we can release a petition or, you know, even form committees or whatever, Banji, and then even with that, you know, we have to do it in action. For in that way, you know, or we can campaign it, you know, for it. For campaigning taban yaiba, for the yumkin ginman ginabal nene, wa even the yumkin I think is very important we can discuss. Did يمكن يوجد وين Simon I think he'll be من قبل in the reaction, and then Jafar كوينين إيه طبعا إيه كان جيك did يمكن Simon go out, and then we can give it other people to give feedback. It's not a last day. طبعا this is the beginning of us talking يعني.
Okay. Thank you once again. Ekwag the maha mungkin balatingi or balko inwea. I just want to go back to a few points mungkin my observations. Just ko inwea bardo. But in history is very important because it tells us about the past, about the present, and the future. So if we don't know the history, how history is important about. Asan yogdi nung jawahanang itinit there will be like a gap in between. Or in the sometime, yani mungkin why the person is speaking like that. Jibril, I want to go back to that point, but no, it's very important. We need to have at least two sides. In Kandotin and Benkaja Sudan or Masr or Bengala, there is a historical text and also example that we learn from them, including what is again. When Bartama alive was Salatin, this is Sudanese territories, was taken in 1995 by Egyptian. Or Mahsi enough English in Siad, Palestinian, Palestinian, Misri, and even what the Sudan or the Italian one and the Nekan, then they will not get it because that territory has already been annexed to Egypt. Like in international law and international relations, and in one and Sudan, even in 1956 when Sudan gained independence was part of Sudan until 1950 and 1995. Think about the Muslim economic itubua or complex march when ingi jinsiani or mahsi na tunu no berwa Sudanese pa or mahwana Nubian bakna Nubian ta Sudan the kingdom they have been given nationality Egyptian or economic part of Egypt. What ibadas norne balafi pagak au Maywood and some of those places من زي إتان بلاش إنتبه وبرضه pagak part of pagak أصلا بينما من جفو وبرضه بنجت قريب أقابل دول بنجت دول بالنا النور يعني they become part of the Ethiopian, not South Sudanese. Well, these are examples that I think we need to learn from them. Even Mabaan, Jibril, and I heard, like, I didn't heard, but I saw it on Facebook. In the Magimasi with Damazina Smith, the Bonnet, and one of the reasons is Mahbenchi, Mabuluna, when I go have Banabango, then as Alpha Bulunai, where I can want us to have citizenship of Sudan because I can still believe that Sudanese. وجلوان من نجم يعني إن كانوا في جنسية السودان وباقي جنسية South Sudan ونليد كانوا بين election even we want to vote like a vote for both countries. To me I don't think that will help us. يعني إن أكثر المجاهدين فلوس إن أكثر يعني الناس يعني بلك ثاني identity به وليه واحد برضه Sudanese ولا أكون South Sudanese as long as you bulk two sides you تقوى وين دوك وين and it will be hard for you to live a stable life. Yes, in Sudan, political situation, economic and social, but to solve it is not to create more problems. And we participated all throughout that since the 1980s during the Mahdi's regime in Sudan, 1980s or 1880s. طبعا مجيكو Mabaan ذات كان برضه كان حارب من زمن المهدي يعني ما لما نكون كواجي in 1880s until ماذا it started in 1882 to 1889 or 98. طبعا الزمن is a long time. ما participated. But مثلا يعني جيك ما we don't learn or study history يبقى Mabaan يعني we didn't participate. السودان المواهب زمان. On the Bayan, we did participate. We did like ممكن 19 like 50, 56 before the independence of motor in Bayan in 1955 or Anyanya one better or Bayan Mabaan we participated in numbers at the mass in Tongwang here. We just the Bayan with Anga Jala celebration should be placed in the center of the political calculations to solve Sudan problem. يعني ang مشكلة جنوبين ما كيمجن ما قد قال self discrimination is not a good thing ما قد قال self discrimination is a good thing أو قلت ما جيجي في آخر بين عن جنوب ممكن إيه واحد ممكن بس أتنون الفوت و 98% of the president of South Sudan voted for independence of South Sudan from Sudan. إن عن دولة وإن عن دولة إيه واحد ممكن برضه بالكم مشاكل بين يعني قبائل يعني يمكن يعني تخوين تال يعني South Sudanese society is, set up is a tribal setup. These are the facts. No one denied that. Like having a country is not the same as living in a tribal line. You know, in the US or Balkan tribes. Why our tribal exists and creating a problem to us? مشكلة قبائل بقى مشكلة توجه بجنبهم awareness political understanding of our problem as a community leaders, our community, ourselves. Even the Junubin Kuluru, we have problem with our understanding our problem. Whenever we want to talk about our problem, it has to go to the tribal lines. يعني يجوا عن يقبلنين يجوا عن أونن كأون لكن يعني issue national problems يجوا عن وقت بقى يعني يقول يعني تنقول ما جه جوا عن زبطنا parentheses down قال what is not said is what divide people jeka imbon ko gwakna jeka otin ber gwak yonki da dalkin yihin otin mayinga ko gawon jek dalkin artin wala gwakna yan imbon jek ba situation ina ndo to ben jin gol bala jola bala mumkin yan nan ko ban la se so yoti good governance good policy la good leadership bala ba those of mumkin a decent politician or barking politician is many of them are people who have been fighting for their life since 1956 they never been to civilian life or when we can see how things are done, whether it's in government or whatever section of government. Like in most of the leaders in South Sudan, including president, they never lived this kind of life before. لكن لما بيت حكومة أكنتي يعني برضو مش فضل SPLM never developed a transformation policy. What they did was the peace agreement that was signed in 2005. But in that peace agreement, there was no transitional from guerrilla to a civilian-led political party or government. Can't balaba. Well, these are what is killing us now in South Sudan. We are accepting and we are trying to accept that idea ta ekin wala je ban nan din ka tumuut ka majina mo choto de manatu go gabaila is a good thing but ek ma xana ne bes bo xana amu bu ya nek mus bo in chot ni nyama mustal bay ma xana tutu ni jil ben nyama ban mo ter gena ban na ba nang lo kan tek je xana ngi ci ko ko te nga bala gani oktin yani mod majin manati o ba gabaila ka yani man tagana gen ma xana no ek ngal bal ki ñoon ek yani und man nizgani ñoon yota junub da ñoon mo wax مورد بلا في جنوب السودان مورد دولة ككل وكان توزيع بلا كان توزيع قدم وزو إيكوال لكن تبلجي نقطة يعني أسب نقطة دين كنا جينا كنا يتحكم في الجنوب وواحد لكن يعني مو أنت ولا يعني وهبار إيه تنكن but these are the wrong kind of policy approach ونبي will bite the country and everybody. Okay, I don't want us to go back to follow in Canada, correction the wilaya or banikin. If we do the wrong, follow the wrong way, of course, again, this is wrong, and the right path is this. If we can disagree on that, it's not bad. It's not a bad thing to disagree. They can, advocating for self-administration within this political environment of South Sudan, to me, it's unattainable because the peace agreement that has been signed in 2018, not three, I think three, but one is added. And self-administration to Abe was since 2005, peace agreement. Now, self-administration to Abe was the issue of Abe is not resolved yet. جنبين ممكن أشتغل برضو ده تا مورلي هل هو economic self-administration during the crisis ولما peace agreement they were it was also confirmed في زمن شو 2019 or 18 even 2020 Maru and so on. But many people understood that this is not the right thing. Yani self-administration in Winga, what are the reasons for these two self-administration ta ade Maru? Lakin ta ruling ma morale, there was no political like a reason for them to be given self-administration except because interest dinki agnon في جنغلي في unity state ومشكلة ما بور أغلى morale ومشاكل عندما إدارة كوكسين ويك morale بور ده كنا مظلومين إكون إدارة كوكسين قال في نركب لكن من دوت مثلا سياسيين او يعني كل مناطق اي قبيله وانت ما قال سلب administration او state اكن بوكن يعني we are weakening our government we are weakening our national identity we are weakening our country by tomorrow any tribe can also set up بالجبال في Somalia نقول أقومك in the Poiken نقول جيرنك Poiken and they say they are a country by themselves and you know in a political sense يعني we are creating more problems for ourselves we Mabaan yes يمكن grievance يمكن at least يعني valid point but عشان يمكن برضه أنت تشوف كل واحد كيف برضه يعني ولاية جنوب أفريقيا يمكن ولاية يمكن ولا بيجي ما تم أمريكا نعرف United States of Mabaan there is not going to be a United States of Mabaan because the state had to be created النيوز ده Mabaan ما بيساوي ولاية في أمريكا بقى ولا بيساوي يعني ولاية في يعني ممكن يعني دولة بلا it's a very small like a county within a small population geographical ممكن يورث لكن population بني very very small يعني 50,000 or 60,000 as well estimation بلا population Mabaan and it's not enough for us to have a government state or at least maybe 3 counties وإن من political calculation all these factors should be understood you know to have a country you need this to have a state we need this but in South Sudan no as long as emotion like kick in whoever can you will say I did the decrease and this is what should happen there was no study done about you know creating new states creating new counties or creating new administrative area because even the resources that need to be allocated to manage these states are not there we are acting on emotion so what takes us is you know we're going to go to the path of chaos all the time proposal like to me you are saying it's not a solution to our problem you know leaders I say security yes like you can document the national like you know strategic understanding of nation because it's a national institution they will be rotating the same to national police at the judiciary ما كان وقت ممكن ما يقدر كان يبغى كفاصل برضه إيه بالكفاية ما قدر ما يصير قون كمان بانج بلا الدبان شيء بالدين كو بلا في الجوبة إكلا شيء مهجج من هذا مهجج في الجوبة أو في بالكفاية يعني it's something understandable أيها لكن you can for the two على نير بجد يكتب compensation in these 3 or 4 people they collide or coordinate to corrupt our society solution will not be just only we want to break away After if we break away, still that thing will never like a bad about. And the solution should be we have to address it through the existing like you know institution our means. يعني يا أخوانا جلنا ياي. ما ممكن إنه كنا كيف نبرة أجينا أكتر ورن من تون front line كجبيلة كل وان تما. وإذا ما بان خلاص أكتر خلاص كان إنه كم discrimination وانا خلاص we have to like you know break away. No, even worse issue بالكات. بلجا إن وقت نبرة أراد إجنا these are more even complicated or more serious than ممكن إحنا وانا ده ممكن إن نقبل كان يقال ممكن تقبل لكن بلجا فود حكومة الجنوب ولا فود ما في ولاية ولا فود ما في بنبان إنه they accepted to pay the money otherwise كان ينقف لا there has to be a process انظر دينك بغنين ولا مرت بني كده ويجي بالك capacity الفود عشان to fight them militarily economically أو politically الفود ما بان تبالغ because يبقى واق ناتين واحد هما we are not united number 2 يمكن برضه يعني كان أصلا جاء ما جوا جها جاء واي يعني إيه واحد الجوات ولا جاء نقدم بقى ممكن دوت وين ما جوا دوان قلت أنت يعني أجا ما يعني جها بالجوات مين بس جونين إن اجتماع As long as we are not united, I'll be the nangtumba. On ekan uti yani for the eye, but in my pachin budun. Give me pachin, and even like a calculation that it will help or it may create an environment where this, administrative area will be considered. Of course, in any political calculation, you never say no. Things can change tomorrow. We have to change with the weather. My reservation is you are saying that this is not helpful to us. How in South Sudan, in general, it can't help the situation because يعني جاي da kuma junuba ma udchot المناطق القبائل ده, this is not a nation building, and it will never help South Sudan to be an independent country unless we need to live as a tribal country, not an independent country. وده جنا ممكن يوصل يعني أكثر لأنه بنتجا إثيوبيا بمجا إيه بني إيه يوغندا بيشيل السودان برضه بيشيل when even يعني we are left with nothing وجينا توني هم قتون واحد لأني the blood has been wasted for nothing at all ما نقدر برا ما نمتلو في آخر بان بعد ممكن هنا يعني ممكن يبقى different opinions. To me, the solution to South Sudan problem, we need good governance on the state level, on the county level, or the national level. Because if we have a good governance, we will have institutions that will answer to our questions, our issues. Like as long as we don't have a good governance, and even accountability, there will be no transparency. There will be no rule of laws, no stability, no equality, or no inclusive empowerment or broad-based participation of the society. As a result, we will always live like this. But as long as we can inclusive or Balkan good governance, there will be inclusiveness in terms of participation, allocation of resources, and everything that we are talking about. Lakin you are saying because we are not working towards it. Any one of us is working for self-interest of their tribes or individuals. You just work for your self-interest or for your, a small group. Most tribes out, but they can see and to correct the system, we need to identify the problem. As long as even all of us, including Dink Norni, if an nation leader, you break up on Tani Dokakuma, the Muslim, or Tan lead Dower, we can't solve any problem. We make South Sudan to look weak, and at the end of the day, all of us will even have no values. Because you don't identity about, you will have no values. Maybe part of them will be consideration. This issue of inbox in administration يعني حتى لو قوام من التنتي unless until 2023 لما نبادئ election لما نبادئ if there is any changes of government maybe we will see هو في قوام ماركة إن من say تاري جوش من قبل كده there was in 1996 or 97 يعني yes that was long time ago ولسه من هون هو كمان يعني يوتنيك يوانو ما جينا بقول برضه بس بكنا في دين كريني إكم بيجيب من إكم بواقنا مننا مسلم ومننا قال زول دمانة and there was no fair and free election كان نعمة we will demand it كبليا من بانغوك تبغى يوتشا جينا وهاي بوا نانجني بالابا ببليا بالا بنجيه مثل أمريكا أو أستراليا أو كندا يعني you want to be a leader or you want to be a governor or a prime minister or president, you need to go to the people. Give them why you want. Ask them why you want to be the governor or want to be president. And they will vote you in according to your views, according to what they see that you can do to them. I can believe only about Africa, but Sudan. For us to build towards it, all of us in one line country share. You think in order. أنا أنا ممكن يعني بالجنين نابيا you can often and create more problems to ourselves. Well, at the end of the day, we will never, achieve any tangible outcomes for ourselves and for our community. But Mabaan Muslim work كتير, but the solution should not be running away from South Sudan. يعني problem balaba nok ni ding kan do tong bala nok ni ding tong bala nok ni norm ma yaiba tong yaiba. If they don't listen to us peaceful means, we have to use the force as they are doing. Can I continue the جهبرين قون تاجين about ومش إنقح نونسان يعني لكن بالك يوم تروح عشان بوينبا لكن the administrative areas should be resolved peacefully. Get إدارة وكان مشاغل بين اختلافات but there has to be like at least proper way of solving our problem. لكن normally دين كتاب نك مقدمة we have to do the same. يعني ما بان ko na yung buhay na aktiva no maba no ya ko kay kan ba bain mind dieng and adar when ba in gin le mi ni in buok by all means should be given back to us kind of dink buok wala dor buok ba in gin you are tamba wa ko ba ko in mind dieng because internally we are divided internally in wa the focus on one thing and who are best the work for next وبل بانيكين من wal ko tay mudja this is a political like ideas, the discussion. So all of us have different opinion, which is good. This is my opinion. When you are saying the solution to our problem is we have to talk to our neighbors. Our in Gokni Dinki Norn, Kaluta Nok, and Nok. Like in Genetalum, like acting united first, as an English to face the danger outside. As long as in Mabani, you go home, mingle at all mingle, no, by National Combined, or not from Jubada, or like at the big Ibrada Mabani, you are somebody. Ibra Wahada, can continent exactly to Sharam to University Sudan, I don't think they will get it. And thank you.
Poaching Simon Jagwangi, I think as now on 2011, or as it's been 11. I think a Makabog respond, you can respond, and you can show mumkin open
Yeah,
waqtin لازم يمكن يمكن maybe tomorrow we still schedule we will be talking tomorrow about this لأن طبعا what we're looking is the assessment of the ideas in Mabanda in Otonoke لأن administrative area جه طبعا جوك ده زي ما نيني جه طبعا يوم ده on طبعا يعني روين طبعا نو مشكلة جامد في
that's what
مستوى
I was trying to correct. Yeah.
yes يعني on ruling طبعا نو مشكلة كان ruling طبعا until now even their politicians they are not happy with us completely because of building a nation that reflect to all South Sudanese and that idea doesn't work it's not working the only way it works according to the new philosophy بتاع الجنوبين let's break it down and reunite it later that's the new philosophy بتاع الجنوبين let's break it down and then lano anything akumachi name taban ingangok na unity you're talking about unity and people are eating or your tribes are suffering you see this is where the difference in lano taban is all about cake if you are not giving me the share with me the cake then I have to find a way cake that yaptinyo and then so I think that is this look taban is happening now lan يعني ما بان إيه بين صبري صبري كندا حتى أيوب ذات نو صبر نبيان أيوب ذات كان بلا بن بان كان شيء بيان لأن صبر ده يمكن تهمنا شديد we want to be a nationalist but it doesn't work it's better we need to create a different platform then later on we can see and we are not taking Ban anywhere but what we are saying is a response to marginalization that is happening is a response to what we see happening to our people and then ممكن ممكن Mark and Gabriel and Nelson coming respond and then I think ممكن can get
Yeah.
but I think message already went out and
Yeah.
also Simon brought a good contrast stubborn ideas and that is how the whole of democracies are I'm happy for that.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
need to
Yeah.
hold on. Let me add it just quick. Um, my final statement is, we need to, as of now, we have enough evidence of all the political system, all the government system of South Sudan. So with that, Maban should be our priority instead of looking at the whole South Sudan system to be our priority. That is the old system that our people struggled before. So do we want to continue on that path and continue to be marginalized, even if we obtain bachelor's degree, all type of degrees? But if we don't stand up for our rights, to speak up for our tribe, we will never be respected until Jesus comes back. We need to prioritize the need of our people. And that's the only way that we will build strength. And then with that, South Sudan will respect us as a people. And this is the point that I'm trying to make. Thank you.
Mm.
Okay, Jeffrey,
Yeah,
thank you,
yeah,
Nelson.
yeah. Philemon, thank you for, thank you, Nelson, thank you, brother Simon. I'm glad that you back safely, that which is good. We've been hearing that you went back to visit your kids in Africa, and now you're back. Well, gentlemen, your argument is a very sound argument, but don't be nationalist too much. Then we went that far, and it's very very dangerous, very dangerous. You know, like if I can share the co Jing Council as words, the Chuluk will come back to Melkal, but they will not own Melkal. The Parativ will come back to Wow, but they will not own Wow. Dinka, they will come up with every bad peace agreement to revitalize the president's term. But the Dinkas are not ready to give the power. This is Menagoguni. I believe a theologian, Pilamun, if you are not. Don't work neck by a theologian, and he's also one of the chairman with the JC.
This is Joshua Dow, yeah.
Yeah, this is just what Dawiyad. Taban, we are following the situation, the very closely. For just what Dago ke norne ke chulungal dok tubanji, lakin ban melkal ag ban kwe wa salam munkum bedo ag salam yayan, but Dinka are not ready to give the power. So so you logo ini modo on ke ruang nung mishkila. You can do like this. We have to live together. But at the end, we prove you wrong. Our people interest person, we are not following IO like you. You see, our people interest person. So my brother, uh, African are homogenic. The homogenic states you can go on in Ethiopia. They call it what Kilil. Yeah, Roma Kilil, Amara Kilil. All these are homogenic states. But no ban ma homogenic. You already bulk boundary are being drawn long time ago. You don't need it. Nothing chimpo Mabaan. And whether today or in the future, Nigeria Nina Ganugul Nigeria Hagiga. Ban Mabaan is homogenic. And Bannorn also homogenic. Ignorne as we speak. It's not a joke. If it is a joke, it's not joke nantan mabal can PhD degree. Dr. Yual is driving Roll Nat Nation, and they have a map followed by Nimeri Neken. They are campaigning for Roll Nat, which is only Nuer, nothing else. And you can take it as a joke, but this is very serious. Maka is PhD degree holders, and if they are can mana wurga balka. So my brother, on atom the same path. We were actually nationalists, but nationalism in Africa is not going to work. You can take it from the Rala Dinga point of view. Rala Dinga is a Luo, and the Luas are not to have the presence in Kenya as we speak. They only educated, and you can go on to Nigeria, the biggest African land. The Yorubas are nowhere to close to powers. We are just learning now, yeah, my brother, and you welcome with us. They will not happen on this time. But make no mistake, Mabaan is not calling for another separate state. No, Mabaan is asking for administrative area. Administrative area is still connected with Juba. And it is not a bad idea for our people to call it, because this is simply SPLM taking down the people. And it doesn't deserve you to have a gun, AK-47. The question of us not being united That's real. We are not united. But look, people will not unite until we got some problem. Now in your to Michel. Michel, you are in Yaramba, in your to Michel Tilton. But let us not fear send the waves of fear mongering. We have a room for this, my brother. And if we send waves of fear mongering among our people, Mahabagan ideas like you think critical, but they will not think like this. Take thing. So we want to say, this thing is not the Haji It's not going to affect no one. This is a call for us to have administrative area is normal call. Anybody can say it. It's very normal. What are benefit already going to Philemon? And if you want more, we can talk more. But benefit going to Philemon, we are doing policy bit. Ask Marco you ask more, you get later. So if we ask administrative area, we end up getting 3 countries. It's not that a benefit? It is a benefit. And you also said, administrative area, you said something very, very positive in your last remarks, my brother. We are not our neighbors. Not all our neighbors are enemy to us. No, no, no. Some of them are suffering like us. Some of them are being marginalized like us. You take the southern the Nuer, the Nuer that bordering with you. They are actually out of political equation for a very, very long time. Okay, nor nibita Yom, nor nibita Wen. They are not in the political equation. Bita South Sudan, bita Kumu Sudan zaman. And you also take Dinka Shingo Nongjo, they are out of political equation until Kir Ben Kangate, Kir Warrior and the Bohum protection. The only people he can use is the Ruweng and the so-called Padang for his own benefit to stay in power, and the oil is in their area. So this idea of us calling for administrative area exists there, but like in the south there. How do you be pessimistic into Jolene or Dwarnangdua? They also looking for them to get out of Melkal. Dinga seeing what won't go with Melkal. Then their existence with children, with this fight they went through, it's not going to be easy. For us, it's very simple. Then we are a people of let go. And we can end up surrendering. But asan dingi si dingi nizaz mudaigin asan si imam melkal to wakana ngeknene. I think this call, I don't want to predict, but the chances that some of them are going to endorse this call because they're also looking for a window of getting out. But you sticking to nationalism alindagda is okay, my brother. But national people, Banban Africa, I told you, even Tabanang homogenic society and political, ethnic political identity is really happening. Yani whether you can Mabaan, you need to come under ticket ke Mabaan. Kanibahama, don't even try to say I'm politician. They're gonna we learn now, the common word that is being used, I think Philemon, that guy Samuel Munir, political. I think he has some degree in this area, but he studies the political, tribal political identity. JC. But then, by the way, don't let us not be fooling Dink or No.
Politics of ethnic identity.
Identity. Yes. But Dinky Nambeg Salam Nank 2005 they made an assessment. In the Kanigin Junubun on the own of Jay, what is the benefit of making Makatuni Chonda? So to hell with other Junubin. That's why the JC came in and they destroyed the legacy with ISPL purposely. So this nationalism, my brother, we are in the wrong country. And we went there. But let us respect our people's choice. Let us stand with Mike. Unity, you actually discouraging. Yes, there is no unity, but you come and lobby your own way, unique way. Let us not go in details like, oh, you are back, and you are actually sending waves of of confusion and webs of fear mongering. And if you debate with people who critically look at your point, they will understand you. But what if you they will not get you. They will get you in the right. We don't have to do this. This is very dangerous. No. There is benefit in this. For us in this room, if we don't make noise, nobody will go and look where Uncle Joniba is. If we make rooms, people will go and say, Joniba, do you know them? It is the only Joniba falls to explain it very nice. They will explain it very good. I will exaggerate it. They are right. We don't have issue with Norne as well. ما مشكله بتاع انه ما عندنا مشكله مع نور ولا دين حتى لانه مشكله حدود ده اكو متين يالنا جزريت الحدود ده تنيد بس اوكي نيد قاعد تشين حدود ده لكن if we don't make noise you can think more. So this political nangtin da choda inchi ni mahanin maha bartama bana gwash ni din kida is very difficult. Let us not scare our people. Let us tell them in choda nene it's very difficult. If we can do it today, tomorrow other generation will do it. Your generation will do it, Simon. And you're going to be advisor to them in Jama, this is how we do it. This is how we do it. Administrative area is very simple. It's not calling to have a separate state within the South Sudan. No. And we don't need history hatta. History that Jimnag bas you go mado history. We are 100% Junubin. We are 100% Junubin. Our land to be disputed, the show will be done, the show will takum. And we will be victim in Pinusina, Binakul Kulu. If our land is like a day being disputed, it is not the Mabane or no. It is the entire South Sudan is going to fight, right? So you here فأنا أسند فرصة للناس وكلمنا كتير. Let us not scare our people, especially if you know things like the way you saw in the assignment. Please, I want you to not to send the webs of this fear mongering. Let me just go in the doing again. In the even become political retaliation and all this. We calculate it when we do this. Ngeji kan gini nang zaman tuang da kan buku sap. Like what we're doing now, we know the background of it. We know the smoke we are starting. We know the fire that it brings. This. Asan kida, chodo chog maigin ne minga muksud ba. Yan maigin mahuzol bidit together. I know part of this thing we can talk in different topic. But today topic is awareness of Mabaan administrative area. And kan ikan Mabaan, you can know reservations is welcome. It's not a big deal. And it's still Yemen Banian. Can own mbara ilis chotni ona kan Mabaan balk meshkala. Like let not anybody say no. Genena gen Mabaan. This right is not the right moment for Mabaan. No, it is the right moment. For Anna Begib Menena. Thank you, my brothers. And we will see the picture leaders in administrative area taken in the years to come. Administrative area da is actually a reasonable way for citizens to ask their government. We are not asking Kir to give us something else. We are just simply asking on the Nuneni because we have special needs that need all Mabaan attention to be addressed. That's all we're asking. Canada Mazar is okay. Aga Bible, and then we preach over again. We are just informing you here. Maybe we're gonna need you in the different form here, Simon. And your reservation is actually accepted. But we need you to talk in a different platform. Thank you.
Question Gabriel, the jag wanging way. Mark mumkin, I think even taban bayanin da ke at not inject ya boy yumkin make unless Simon Balkan gina ya boy taban you can say that conclude the jagigin lan taban I bordo as in gogno work kun attack then. Simon mumkin ikam balk jolen ngoyo. Did you go and then Mark mumkin be conclude. And then we are going to close the show. فده يمكن جنا بالنا فإيجن بجاه guang جبريل وانا إيجن تبوغنان we don't have to put fear in the mind of our people. فإيجن تبون بوغن we need to preach ideas. وين تبون وين تابن يوان إيجن go nene a lot of letters because a lot of messaging coming in. Oh, either Dangata ayo, you become tribalist. These are messaging I'm getting covered. Oh, Philemon is not denied. But I don't care. As long I'm standing with my people, I think, in a land nationalism that Mongan, is destructive. It's not taking us anywhere. You want to preach nationalism, you're giving opportunity to agents and correct the other. You know, if we're preaching about nationalism, you are encouraging them also to mobilize their tribes and sending a wrong messaging. Fada wakamong nong kule jola guang Jibril Gibelda, get a Joshua, Jim Council elders. I don't know if you have a clubhouse, a remarkable clubhouse, you know how they talk. Even Jola grab by Keg and Gerin, Keg and Yamat come on, they're talking about Dinky Chotupurk and Orange Chotupurk, everybody. Okay, if that is the case, then in lada akuma poda na beda and igno mumkin yakting. Lakini akuma wala akuma yakting ba akuma sini nga chenene best igno otu toten buang de nono. Chot na maban until pon ben ik mumkin na administrative area taban is not a bad thing. Balab when in Canada we have Quebec bala within the Canada but operating differently. Like lisa bala parliament bita Canada. Okay. Ibord yani when taban nan kabartama you know that the remandering map nang tan kawaja neneda yani locality balki yumkin they their own administrative with all jurisdiction ekum balkani and the banashino in region bitana da is operating better than atawa falakin lisa connected wakadwang taban connected ma national and that is what we want to do even bok administrative that we can tackle our own social and political and economic issues within us. And England Bomin Land Banas become diverse, and we can utilize that for economic reasons. But what we are looking is we're tired of tribalism in the state. We're tired of this, that's why we need to focus on our people. And focusing on our people is the priority now. I don't have anything to and Lano, this year I said it very clearly. We need to focus for our people. Siyasa da, we can use politics within our people for their benefits. Lano, inkan question age, on board, we can create a nation or a state building as we are talking always. It's not going to happen, we can read it. Even Santra, what is Joshua project, George Clooney project, indicated already wakanini. Even recently, people are talking about Dr. Carol Borg about indication about what is happening and in South Sudan. The paper that Taban is now become a reference in the universities because of the nature of the state in South Sudan, the tribal nature, and it's not going to be solved unless there is something. Maybe a miracle will come from heaven. Yumkin, I can think that things will change. For the Yumkin Wagman Waka, let's create a platform in Maikinda. We need to create an administrative area that we can address our needs connected with the national level until in a income work bayan. As a father, lakin instead we are sending a message, don't try again, Mabant. If you marginalize us as you do, for this time we are not going to allow that to happen. For even we are sending a very strong message, let's say, like last time I said it very clearly in the elites with the Upper Nile, they are the cause for Mabaan not to develop. And immediately Dr. Lamako raddad me history gala mushkala ba ba jekati mangwa ni nage mushkal bas balu nyala we have to create an environment bita yani socio economic development that can address the needs of people. That's what he responded. But are they doing that? I don't think so. And who is to be blamed here? Exactly one of the people we can blame him. And that's what I said it clearly to him. فده يمكن ينبال نيني Marco I think or say when you come back getting guaga and then the
Yeah,
game Marco
well,
close.
بس ممكن point بلا ممكن جوانا في جبريل لنا يعني I'm not trying to create any fear society or community open بلا but my opinion is a personal opinion وبرضه viewers طبعا in any political discussion or if we are forming a policy in terms of political like theory it goes through a process. There's agenda setting, there is also formulation and implementation and all others. So gonna work in listen and just like we're trying to set the agenda. When we set the agenda can whether it is at community or individual level, and always there will be factors that we have to consider. So mahburtu balkan reservation that maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe you are saying it's not right because I don't have all information about, the genuine activity you are saying about. Believe it, small things will change. And people also opinion change all the time. But yeah, I'm not creating any fear among our community. The fact that what I'm saying, in my views, and actually to work seriously to ask for self administration, and for me, I don't think it's attainable due to the peace agreement that has been signed. And even if we want to ask for uh, another county, for time being, it's not attainable because of the peace agreement or implementation of the peace agreement until in 2023. And next year, probably they may be low key, and if there is indeed, election can balabayang changes of government and the system as well. Maybe we can advocate for either adding more counties or can self-administration to work one thing. What will be the outcomes of the end of this transition period. Long like nationality, politically is not like attainable, and we will not achieve any of these. And a county, next another county, well, administrative area, actually. Until next year, the election is important, and then we want to advocate after the election based on the administration that will come in place after that. Maybe that will be the time that maybe we can, write and also we can advocate. But advocation by itself, yeah, you mean to begin nang parba. Okay, given Turkey, given Kana, getting work, no getting work there, which means that in work, Magi Mahaban, the should be involved, Waken should be aware of, as an work often on the same page. I said, this is a bit bigger than a Kambalinium. I know, and go on in, we are not calling for a state. Self administration is a state by itself. Yani, in different terms, it's a self administration with my state info, well, administration area where we can administer ourselves. لكن لسه من الدوري means أردني عليهم إما directly from Juba or within the Upper Nile because in back border my Upper Nile and whether the Upper Nile will be break into other states until nation but it's just a political discussion or what the idea can go on for the question just can go on in that model like we understand ourselves much better in terms of our level of understanding our issues our community about our our country. Frank Ganabala, I am doing my master's in international relations and political science. So I should know better about how government operates. And communitarian politics is always there in any country. You can with America, can with Canada, can with Europe, well, for Australia, well, for Africa, even Asia. Communitarian policy is always there. But the politics, you have to have a base. Back base, if you want to campaign for public office, you need to have a base. وبيسيك نحن tribal groups يعني يبقى لا يعني ما political party ما affiliate يعني بتتكلم إلا party ما ممكن جروبي أو tribal group ما قبل دام كنا you have to maybe you come through them. إن كان بونغو هنجك أونغني we need to sit down with our people يعني meeting أقولنا this is the problem. مش كبالين مواجهين solution should be this. And whether we agree or disagree with our people, and someone in going to in government in my government go to whatever. You want to go to the Baliwat Nikin Balabanji, Banaban. Ankana and lead in we are just a voice, our an agency واللي بيجي معه ممكن يعني بلكم ده ولسه من issue will never go away. Issue block me ولسه will never go away. يعني perception نيني وجنواتي solution نيني لكن ما حد بيقول لي بلكم different perception or different solution to our common problem. أنا أبغى أنا economic وتابي my reservation based on my opinion, personal opinions. And برضو I didn't do a lot of researches about and other examples whether the ruined newly ruined very ruined administrative state whether it is benefiting them. I don't have any data ولا even عشان تعدي معروف because of the complexity within يعني بالنسبة وجود uncollected and if there is any benefit but I actually came a bit to chief administration and I don't have any idea where they are benefiting or they are not benefiting حتى متى إن شاء الله ولا متى من مورلين برضه whether there is a benefit to them والله قال بلا لسه من بلا من فضل because when you are saying benefit whether there is no crisis ولا economic development بلا وبالجبالة they are engaging well in their affairs أنت لسه بتقول الجنوب ورا بلا بلا تنجيل لسه بان قال الشيء بلا بلا stability until you are seeing these people are benefiting but until Tongyoda yellow even you're seeing the outcomes of mungkin following the self administration but all in all if Mabaan wants to go for self administration مجلس واحد مثالي then الشيء اللي جوها جنينة ودي بل تنجيل يمان and we go for the majority opinions even الشيء اللي ممكن واحد I'm individual my voice is just individual ويبرد بقول it's not that I don't want it but yours it's not attainable at this point in time this is a war that we have to fight let's start fighting it but at the end of the day to me maybe it will be like a lost war a war that we will lose because the outcomes is already known politically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shukran, Simon. Thank you so much for your input. It's very important that we love to talk with you. Iba, opinions is formulation of your opinion is very very important, and also I encourage people like you. We need to be visible. Our people they need us, not only in our platform, even in the larger platform. They need us, and sometime when we talk about our issues, Taban, we will be known to other South Sudanese. There's one of the reasons that we are not visible because we are not talking, and that is some of the issues that need us. Even Taban, we need to create the environment of being visible for this platform. We've been talking, and ngejini pot main kan wang utun beba on tam beden always this platform we pay it and to make sure that even we can cross-examine our issues here in order for us to move forward. And that's one thing, I want you to know about this. But then min can learn, min ban you can learn. You don't want to go and talk with the many learn one. But that Genitaman is a part of weakness. Let's talk, and then diagnose all the issues. And in order for us to move forward, Lanu, ignaman yertin, we see the problems. Ignyertin alanit, we see the problems. So there has to be a way out by Ikin Kembanian. For them Ginabalene, for poaching the Benny, it's not a problem, you can bring your own opinions. It is good, opinion of it is very controversial opinions sometimes I like it because it can give us to think and give us also to reason it, for them Ginabalene. For Brother Mark, you can close the Jack and يمكن كرك إرتن and then يمكن lead on English and going on and it become a discussion way forward and how we're going to implement it and that's one thing يمكن we keep talking فيمكن works and then you might close the show
Yeah, gingal balmem shukran. Like wakda wa I don't think I will not talk that much. لأنه طبعا جوان في واقع مضايق يتي و I thought maybe يمكن من كتكتك نقول ديان and I don't have a good time نانجي بل وان تلمبا فجولة بوق بس ياهو يعني هو بوتشن طبعا تبين ما قبل بين ما قبل يمكن قتي وما قبل لسه بلا قرر كان ما قبل دتانه وقوكنا بوتشن يعني تبين كه ف gonna bending action طبعا ياهو we just يعني بوغن Mabaan ميتين تبلي جنن it is a beginning we will continue advocating for جنن until even يمكن دنتن تباليان با غوانغن و بوچن برضه تي بود قبل كويم برا يعني challenge دايما طبعا يمكن كيال تنجدن و that's why قلنا إنه ترى يمكن بيتن برا غوكتن when يمكن غوكتن we will end up نانغ قبل ننتهي تبودن لكن بلا دمغن يعني يمكن واق كيال تن يعني فده يمكن جنب وقوق نيني وتك Mabaan واحدة وأنك ساندان بكون بانجل بلاغوها جن مكن ونيجي نون طبعا دي وقوق أنك وغندا جن بالجن وين با فون طبعا بين برا اكتمن اسبوعات واحد كبيرة فإذا unfortunately طبعا كان بالجي كتير ويتنا ونن بين باو من قبل كان تاد با ولا بالكن جل وقوق دبايس okay ده نتشة بتيجي طبعا و but we will continue advocating for Ghanaian لحد ما يجي ننتبلا و the second يعني page يمكن بكون أجا يمكن سياسيين ما قبل بانجي و maybe in coming weeks يمكن يكمل schedule وهي أكن برضه تيم تكن تورمر و as I know طبعا جنبال جنانين بيربا we did جنانين جنا كون برنامج يعني يمكن تنبال connection نيجي أكن يعني جنا وين بيان but there برضه there تيم Mabaan بلا يمكن بنجو هديت جننا جن some individuals from diaspora هنا يمكن تيم نكنت ما قبل بانجي برضه تبود جكنتي وأنكسان بكون جتن ما يعني this thing is not just about some individuals here in diaspora فيمكن تجينا بلا يمكن جوك دنينه ويقو بوتشين إن شاء الله يمكن واصل و نيجي توا نليدو if there any chance يمكن we go to clubhouse ولا ممكن لدي يوم الاثنين يمكن توا نشين بانجي I don't know about United States but يمكن كان أدوان بالك نشين بانجي if we can come and chat برضو أو نمكن evaluation بتجيخ ليلة نينه it will also is a part of spreading the يعني جنين ماتيان فمن هنا طبعا يقول كاين بلتن وين كنا و watching I hope in the next time all of us will come as long as these faces يا جنين طبعا ننوع بيهن مشكل بيان برضو ماتين يعني وجنگ ولا باقوك watching توهنينه وإن شاء الله دو إيه يورتن نشوالن يعني بيت بلتن وين كنا
لكن قبل ما يكتب جود تيم ده ما قبل كي أنا بجيب سنوات ده on بتشون ده تشورن ده يعني قبل كي نيالا أوكي وسامبول الإيام ده نيجي بيا
juang mak mbezi ngunden ya nyel bala ona an on ya uchin ne on on wa nyak tan gortun kede ya berba
كلا كويس يا يسيبك كلا يا
Okay, watching Philemon.
يا المهم نقول بي on top one كانت توتني دي
Yeah, go ahead.
كله
Yeah, go ahead. يا طبعا يا بين بركة 2 days ليلة.
اكتبانا اوكي من نيروبي جالو منين يعني يمكن اوتبرتي فيسبوك او يمكن يمكن and then we can talk
Yeah. أما منين أخي جنرال فيلم يا طبعا أنا جنرال كأخي جنرال أخي يار من بالك مسير اللي قاعد yesterday أخي small party